Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
That would be fun. That would be a great day.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm now going to hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Stormy Fort for a recognition of the Raleigh Aces women's semi-pro basketball team.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. Want to recognize one of our local organizations, the Raleigh Aces, which is a women's semi-pro basketball team. The Raleigh Aces are Raleigh's semi-pro basketball team known for impressive skills and competitive spirit, which makes their games exciting showcases of skills. The team recently celebrated its inaugural season with an undefeated record. How about that? The Raleigh Aces... The Raleigh Aces compete in the Women's American Basketball Association and made history in their first season by winning the league championship. The Aces are committed to growing opportunities for women in sports and making a lasting impact on our community. The championship victory is a testament to the dedication, perseverance, and talent of players, coaches, and supporters. Team ownership have turned passion for women's basketball into a thriving league and a team that promotes women's empowerment, sports, and community. The city is thrilled to recognize the Raleigh Aces for these achievements. So if y'all come up front, we'll do a picture with you.
All right. Next, we have the consent agenda, and there was nothing pulled. So, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right. So that passes, and that brings us to public comment.
So, Mayor, if we could, respectfully, before the public comment, if we could do our special recognition of our retirement.
Okay. Great.
Not mine. So you want to do it or you want me to do it?
Okay. Well, I think the special retirement today is of Willow, our police horse.
Yes.
Who is going to find a home, I think.
The horse?
Yes, I know. It would be fun if you had brought Willow into Chambers. Although the spiral staircase could have been challenging. But anyway, so we welcome our police to speak to it.
Yes. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lieutenant David Davis. I work in the Public Affairs Office. Ironically enough, I was on the Mounted Police Unit as well in my career, and I had a chance to ride Willow as well. We're joined today by her current rider, Dawn Montemuro, as well as her original owner, Christina Kamen. Christina Kamen. So yes, today's a very special day. We get to honor Willow and her service to the city of Raleigh. When I joined the unit back in 2015, Willow had already been there for a few years. I was assigned a new horse called Zeb. Zeb was very fond of Willow, however, that wasn't reciprocated. She was very fond of Ike, our other horse that we had in the unit. So very, very tight group. Our horses were very unique. Willow being a black Percheron mare, she was the only female that we had. Our other three males, we had one named Ike, who was tan, very big. He was probably well known throughout the city. That color was actually called buckskin. My horse looked more like a Clydesdale. He was bay, which was red. And then Major, the fourth horse, was a paint. He was multiple colors, and personally, I think Major was the prettiest out of all of them. So that's just my personal preference. But it's a very unique group. Not many police departments across the country have horses that varied in that many different colors, and it really did look very nice during the Thanksgiving parade, during 4th of July celebrations, during New Year's. So it was very, very neat. But going back to Willow, so Willow joined our unit in 2012. Like I said, she is a Percheron mare. That breed is impressive in size, strength, and a calm demeanor. Percherons are traditionally used to pull farm equipment and stagecoaches. Willow being a female, she was originally raised for breeding. She was actually raised as a baby by Miss Cammon. But she discovered early on that Willow was not able to get pregnant. So instead of actually rehoming her, she made a generous and thoughtful gift to donate her to the Raleigh Police Department to use in the city of Raleigh. Over the past 13 years, Willow has been a true workhorse, literally and figuratively. She patrolled downtown Raleigh, parks, greenways with professionalism and grace. She stood strong during calm, high-stress assignments like protests. Willow has also been a mainstay at special events like NC State football games, concerts, and countless community events. She's brought joy to children at schools and daycares, participated in Special Olympics events, and helped make National Night Out a success every single year. Her legacy: Willow has represented the Raleigh Police Department with dignity and strength. She's been a symbol of calm amongst the chaos and a source of comfort in the community and a reliable partner to her officers. Needless to say, after 13 years of dedicated service to the city of Raleigh, Willow has earned her retirement. On behalf of all of us at RPD, we want to say congratulations to Willow and thank her for her service, and we pray for a long, healthy life. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait. You didn't bring Willow in to see us today?
Yeah, and we hope Willow has a very happy retirement in a beautiful pasture. I got to meet Luna the other morning, who is a new horse who was chomping at the bit, literally. She was very bored at the emergency breakfast, having to wait for everybody, and was prancing around the parking lot ready to go. So thank you all for what you do. All right, so now we have public comment, and I have the list here, 3 minutes per person. Matthew Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your service. Thank you for letting me speak. Our planning department thinks that we should build a 30-story building overshadowing a neighborhood of one-story houses. But the planner's analysis is all fantasy. Our comprehensive plan says that building heights should taper from the central business district to residential neighborhoods. And the planner says that 30 stories is transitional. But that's fantasy. There is only one building in all of downtown Raleigh over 30 stories. That's the PNC building. It's 32 stories, and it's in the very center of downtown. And so you have a neighborhood of one-story houses. Transition looks like this, not like this. So that's all fantasy. The planner says, well, this is appropriate because it's on a bus line. But that's fantasy. Nobody in that building will ride the bus. There are no affordable units in that building. They will all take the elevator to their cars and clog up P Street. And the planner says, well, 30 stories of apartments would add no more traffic than 12 stories of offices, which is legal now. That's fantasy. People come and go from their homes just as from their offices. Besides, nobody is going to build an office building there. That's fantasy. The office vacancy rate in downtown is over 21%. And then there is the ultimate fantasy that tall buildings prevent sprawl. No, they don't. We've been building more tall buildings than ever recently, and also more sprawl than ever. It's two separate markets. Nobody has ever said, well, I can't find an apartment in a tall building, so I reckon I'll buy a suburban house with a big yard. Nobody's ever said that. It's two separate markets. If we want to stop sprawl, we have to stop growth. And then there's more fantasies. The planner says this building would result in no detriments. He thinks that having your one-story house overshadowed by a 30-story building is no detriment. If that happened to you, wouldn't you think that's a detriment? He thinks that adding traffic from 938 apartments to P Street, already the most clogged bottleneck in Raleigh, where the city's already approved 3 other skyscrapers about to be built, that's no detriment? This is fantasy. The reality is there are plenty of good places to build a 30-story building. This is not one of them. It's zoned for 12 stories. That's just fine. Please keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a comment to the clerk and the attorney. I know we've got a number of speakers on Z1225, and we have not yet set the public hearing, so folks are going to be allowed to speak. But I just want to make sure when we get to a formal public hearing and there's 8 minutes per side, how do we account for the fact that we've had a number of folks already speaking to the council on this topic? Again, you don't have to answer it today, but do you have a?
Well, the only thing I would say is that I think our precedent, and I think there's a policy that we normally don't allow comment on rezoning cases, period, because if you get a number of people speaking about them, then we get into the public hearing, and you do have the limitations of 8 minutes per side. So
Yep.
Previously, we have not allowed comments about specific zoning cases.
Yep. And I mean, I'm not going to change this today. I did. We all know Corey Branch is great on procedure and everything, and pointed out to me that we had already a number of speakers, but we had not yet set the public hearing. So, and it's my understanding, again, for the clerk, that we do have a notification that if there's something going to public hearing, that is not for public comment, right? Do we have that explanation?
I believe that's in there, but after this meeting, we can work with the
I think we
city attorney's
just need to
office
work
make
on
sure.
even like blinking lights on that, because we are getting a lot. So it's okay for today, but I just wanted to put that on the record and make sure when we go to public hearing, if there's something I need to do as mayor to mitigate the fact that we've had so many minutes of other, opposition, for the most part, opposition. Okay. Moving on, Nikki W. Is Nikki here? Okay. Kevin Kwong.
Hello, everyone. Yeah. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Councilors and everyone. And I'm here to talk about economic development in West Raleigh. Firstly, Kmart has closed since October 2018, and now Harris's is also closed July 2025. And I wonder what City Council, what strategy we want to do to develop West Raleigh, because increasingly there's a bar closing too at the Farmhouse restaurant. So see, if you do not improve the economic condition of the area, and people get old, and then in a few years, everything is going to close. And secondly, I will talk about Transit 11L. I think Go Raleigh has cut back the route in June from serving NC State universities and then Carmichael Gym to Bridgeton Drive, but increase the headway to 45 minutes from 1 hour. I think that's not enough. 45 minutes is still not very materially different from 1 hour. I think 30 minutes would be more appropriate if resources is enough. And I think the route can be further extended to Centennial Campus and probably Dix Park, because I heard several days ago you talked about extending our line to Dix Park, which is a good idea, but I don't know. Like Dix Park, you have 2 routes serving it, 11 and 21, but both they're outside of it. I wonder if there's any way, if the city take over the park, to make the route go into Dix Park Road, which I have talked to the transit planners in the City Expo. They say, probably a good idea, but probably not very reasonable, because it's the road is thin and it's in a park or something like that. But Centennial Campus, you have roof line running in there. And roof line just serve NC State area. But I actually have a neighbor who lived in my neighborhood who used to take 11L to be closer to, because he worked there in Centennial Campus in an engineering firm, but he does not take that route anymore because it's cut back to Bridgeland Drive and need to walk like 10 minutes or 15 minutes there. And so anyway, so I think there can be further improvement in the transit planning, management, scope. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Quartz.
Agreed. Good afternoon, my fellow Raleigheites. I am Robert Quartz, and I have had the privilege and the honor to serve on the Raleigh Human Relations Commission. Raleigh's boards and commissions are the eyes and ears of our city. They are the bridges between our residents, staff, and council. They don't just listen, they act. From the Fair Housing Hearing Board to the Substance Use Advisory Commission to the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, these groups provide vital services and often focus on our most underserved communities. That's why the current restructuring process matters so deeply. But it is also why missteps in this process have caused concern. For example, the Fair Housing Hearing Board, a body created under federal and state ordinance, had its name changed to the Fair Housing Advisory Board. This was inappropriate. The city does not have the authority to alter its legal standing. And more importantly, the shift from a hearing board with subpoena power to an advisory board dilutes its purpose and weakens protections for ourselves and our fellow citizens. Amen. Similarly, we were very surprised to hear that a name change request for the Raleigh Transit Authority supposedly came from the authority itself, but they stood here recently and made it clear it did not. And miscommunications like this erode trust in the process. The way forward must have three simple things. One, clear goals and objectives, stated guidelines and boundaries, and meaningful inclusion of the council, our dedicated staff, and the boards and commissioner members themselves, both past and present. If done well, restructuring can strengthen these bodies, and together we can improve and enhance the vital services they provide and ensure that Raleigh's boards and commissions remain a place where citizen engagement thrives. Raleigh's boards and commissions are not just another layer of government. They are Raleigh's eyes, ears, and hands in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Manzoor Chima. Manzoor here? Okay. Alexis Kennedy.
Hopefully the toddler will allow me to do it without interrupting. Good afternoon, City Council members. Still have yet to see any of you downtown on Sunday to come take care of your community. While I acknowledge there are many people in Raleigh, the people we feed every Sunday deserve acknowledgement and deserve to be seen. I have spoken many times also in City Council about the deaths of Palestinians and how we Americans are responsible for their deaths. A study came out that the death toll is at 680,000 people, not just from bombs and bullets, but also due to lack of medicines such as insulin, cancer drugs, antibiotics, antiviral, medication for dysentery, the pox. And now, this morning, an Israeli general stepped forward today and said that more than 200 deaths in Gaza, which is more than 28% of the population. And while it pains me to think about such a loss, I can't bring back the dead, but I can still fight for the living. 1.7 million Palestinians are in Gaza. More than half are children. But let me not just focus on the 1.7 million people. Let me talk about one person, a person very special to me and many more. His name is Saeed, which means happiness. And he is in Gaza City, close to the ocean. I love him like a little brother. He is an artist. He went to school here in the United States, and he's also a disabled queer person. Long walks are not always easy for him, as his walker does not do well on the upturned roads that the Israeli military ripped up. He is now on his third home. Last year, his first home was bombed while he and his mother were sleeping, killing his beloved cats, Jaffa and Kiki. Now he's ordered to evacuate to the south. He has filmed Palestinians packing up their tents below his apartment, carrying what they can on their backs or piled high on a cart pulled by a donkey. The sounds have quieted in the once bustling refugee camp. Where is my friend Saeed supposed to go? Where is he supposed to move? He has made the decision to stay because he has no other choice. I pray every night, and when I wake up in the morning to find my brother singing on Instagram with his good mornings, I selfishly hope that the bombs around him never reach him. While I pledge allegiance to the flag, we say for liberty and justice for all. Who are we speaking about? Is it for my friend Saeed? Is it for sweet Kamari, whose second birthday should be today? Instead, he is forever 17 months old, with his mother having no answers. Where is the justice, and who does it belong to? Because as far as I can see, it's nobody in this room.
Thank you. Next, Mesa Salteri.
Good afternoon. Have you watched the news today? If not, today the United Nations has declared that what the world has long ignored, Gaza is under genocide. Gaza is under genocide. The UN Independent Commission of Inquiry confirms its systematically killings, forced displacement, and destruction of Palestinian community meet the legal definition of genocide. This is not an opinion. This is the law. And yet the war acts as if it doesn't exist. People mourn Charlie Kirk, cry, share outrage. Why? Because he looks like them, he thinks like you, fits a narrative that they are comfortable with. What about Gaza? Tens of thousands of children killed, families erased, neighborhoods like they've been flattened, ignored, silence, hypocrisy. Let me be clear. Selective grief is a moral corruption. Some lives matter, others don't. And while Israel commit genocide with bombs, starvation, and displacement, who enabled it? The United States. Billions in weapons, diplomatic shields at the UN, political protection, every veto, every funding bill, every single one of them ignored call for justice is complicity. The UN has declared genocide. This is not a political, this is not a polite suggestion. It's a call for action. And yes, city council members, you have a role. You cannot remain silent. Here are the steps you must take. Pass a city resolution, recognize the genocide, officially declare Gaza is under genocide, and condemn the atrocity, make it impossible for elected officials to ignore. Pressure federal representative, demand your members of Congress cut funding for weapons used in Gaza and push for accountability measures against Israel. Support humanitarian aid locally. Direct city resources and partnership to support Palestinian civilians, refugees, and aid organizations. Ensure your city is a hub for relief, not silence. Public education and awareness. Hold town halls, public forums, and educational campaigns about genocide in Gaza. And the U.S. complicity, make sure your constituents know the truth. Accountability. Urge your city to formally petition the UN, the U.S. State Department to investigate war crimes, impose sanctions, and protect civilians. The children of Gaza are not statistics. They are lies. Families are being erased while the world watches. Selective outrage is complicity, and the silence is impossible. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Next, Hanadi Ali.
Good afternoon. Hanadi Ali. Pro-Palestine. The essence of this seems so obvious to me, that dealing with an oppressor, military occupier, apartheid system makes it impossible for a Palestinian to have freedom and dignity. Let me explain the empathy to those that still don't quite get it. Imagine you're held at gunpoint and told if you don't leave your home, you'll be killed. You choose survival and becoming a refugee. Now you live in poverty-like conditions and your travel is limited, hence limiting education and employment. How are you feeling now? Are you a little pissed right now? I forgot to mention that even though you chose survival and refugee status, your cousins and uncle are now dead because they chose to fight for their property and land against the occupier. And your son, who can't sit still, got frustrated one day and fought back on an impromptu raid. He is now imprisoned with no trial. God knows what's happening to him. You haven't seen him in 6 months. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a little bit heated just hearing my own words, because if that's my son, I wouldn't be able to sit still. I lived in an apartheid system in 7th and 8th grade. In that system, there are checkpoints. There are special permissions you must get to visit sacred religious sites. You must be on your best behavior no matter how much time they make you wait. They monitor all you do, and now they monitor all the social media. If you don't agree with what they want you to agree with, they won't treat you well. Even though my mom was born there, she never had citizenship at the time, and in order for us to stay and take care of my grandfather, we had to renew our visa every 3 months. The idea is to make the system as complicated as possible so natives leave on their own free will, or we control them to the max. After explaining this, in addition to the irrefutable findings of genocide by the United Nations, if you still think Israel in its current state is justified, I truly think you have some deep soul searching. Our money is aiding and abetting this because we have paid actors. And sitting around watching it is not acceptable anymore. This is not anti-Semitic. I love my Jewish brothers and sisters that can see a military occupier implementing an apartheid is wrong. The fact Israel is sabotaging all ceasefire attempts proves they do not care about the hostages, but rather only care about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza. We are sitting here witnessing the modern-day Holocaust. I come here and give you numbers like 70,000 killed. The real numbers will be more in the hundreds of thousands, innocent lives taken. Stand up and stop giving money and weapons to them.
Thank you. Next, Asma Abu Dahab.
Hello, Council. My name is Asma. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a therapist here in Raleigh, and I am a granddaughter of a Nakba survivor. If you don't know what Nakba is, please look it up. Around the world, leading authorities are calling what is happening in Gaza by its true name, a genocide. The International Court of Justice, the UN Special Rapporteurs, Doctors Without Borders, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the United Nations. And hundreds of genocide scholars have all said it clearly. These are not fringe voices. These are the highest moral and legal authorities of our time on this subject. And this genocide is American as much as it is Israeli. And yet, here in Raleigh, we hear nothing, not a word, not even a symbolic resolution. This silence is not neutral. Silence is complicity. Silence enables genocide abroad, and it fuels violence and hate here at home. Just yesterday, Trey Reed, a young black man, was lynched in Mississippi. You heard me right. He was lynched. That horror is connected to our silence. When we allow hate to reign unchecked abroad, we tell people that hate and violence are tolerable here too. Every tax dollar we pay in this city is tied to bombs falling on Gaza. And every moment we remain silent tells our Palestinian and Arab neighbors that their grief is invisible, that their lives and safety do not matter. And believe me when I tell you that they have faced hate, discrimination, threats, and sometimes violence. I know because I'm one of them. I'm one of those people, and so are my friends and neighbors. But we also know what courage can look like. Cities like Durham, Scarborough, Chicago, Atlanta, and Minneapolis have passed ceasefire resolutions. These acts don't end wars, but they affirm our shared humanity. They tell our children that justice matters here. They tell our communities that lynching a black man in Mississippi or dropping bombs on families in Gaza is not acceptable. Not here, not anywhere. Council members, history will remember your choice. Do you stay silent while genocide unfolds, funded with our tax dollars, and hate festers here at home? Or do you choose courage and affirm that Raleigh will not be complicit? Because right now, Raleigh is complicit. I urge you to speak, to name this genocide, to stand with justice and with life. Ceasefire resolution now. Thank you, and free Palestine. Falastin Hurra.
Thank you. Next, we have Mama Kai Sanders.
Good afternoon. It's another amazing day in paradise. Thank you so much for your service. And I am deeply grateful for the staff who sit through these meetings and all the techs who make public comment possible and available. The last time I was here, I was still speaking about moving the expansion of the convention center and amphitheater to Triangle Town Center. The reason I gave this time, adding to the others, was because it makes sense to me that so much tax revenue is going to such an enormous project in the watershed. I will add that personally, knowing that I, along with others who are unhoused, have contributed to that hospitality tax revenue. That's one reason why I continue to speak on it, because I contributed to that fund, likely more than any other person in this room, and I wasn't consulted. We already know that the storms are coming. It's no longer a matter of if, it's when. So this is me being crazy enough to believe I can change the world. But as I ended with last week, I'm also being cautious and thoughtful. This is what critical thinking looks like. I've had a unique opportunity to look at the city as a whole, not just one area. The idea of Raleigh becoming a sponge city is admirable. Ask the mayor if you're not sure what it is. We've got to be real, though. That is not going to happen overnight. And it's definitely not going to happen before the next big storm hits. Leave the amphitheater and convention centers the way they are. Make them cultural centers, epicenters that are affordable to the community, and expand at Triangle Town Center. I know the development of Capitol Boulevard is on Councilmember Silver's radar over the next 10 years, and that's not even in his district. He mentioned it during the Real Matter series. You can find the video on the NC2 Studio YouTube page. That's IN_SITU Studio YouTube page under Are We There Yet? I encourage you to follow his lead there. He also believes that the most successful urban planning projects are places where people want to go over and over and over again. It also has 3 important ingredients: fun, joy, and happiness. I'm going to add that diversity should be welcomed. The only place that I've seen diversity work at its best is on the playground. That's why I will keep advocating for downtown to be an expanded playground. It should be a safe haven for children, youth, and families, with businesses catering to them. There should be daycare centers so parents can visit their children during a break at work, or children can be dropped off close to their parents when they get out of school. There should be another park where the Omni Hotel is expected to be built. There should be mom and pop shops and or youth-run businesses so we can support the genius that exists and not just the big money that's running the city now. In closing, thank you to the decision makers who are putting the bendy buses on the road on Capitol, where I've said the first BRT should be built. I won't take credit for that decision, but because I was definitely not part of that conversation, I'll just say thank you to whatever caused that alignment with my vision for the city of Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roy Atride.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your service, the things you do for our city, and for allowing us to speak. Raleigh needs to grow, and it should grow, but how it grows matters. C-1225 is asking for 240 feet and 360 feet in a transition area, 240 feet from historic homes in the Glenwood Brooklyn neighborhood. This is a direct violation of the comprehensive plan policies and its clear intent for height, transitions, and neighborhood protections. It's also an affront to urban planning. There are over 1,740 people who have signed a petition against this rezoning. In terms of policy, the site is not core. You cannot take urban form transit designations and make them mixed use urban form designations, land use designations. It is not transit, as none of the bus services along P Street meet either on their own or together the definition of high capacity. It is not in a station area because station area locations are given during detailed design. Detailed design has not started. It's a complicated area. I think it would require a station area plan before deciding heights and densities. Even if it was core in transit, the comprehensive plan and the equitable transit-oriented development guidebook are very clear on guidance on height should be contextual. Transitions are critical and should apply in this area. The comprehensive plan is also very explicit. Historic neighborhoods like Glenwood Brooklyn are scarce and unique resources. They're to be protected. There are many policies, plans, and text sections. There's an entire section dedicated to historic preservation. Clearly, these protections are not secondary considerations, but central to Raleigh's long-term vision. An 800-foot wall of towers next to a historic district is not only wrong, but would have drastic impacts on the livability of that neighborhood. If plans and policies are ignored, it would set a precedent that would put many neighborhoods around Raleigh at risk. If transit designations are mischaracterized, then you could create a false mixed-use center over 75% of the area of Raleigh inside the Beltline. There's an abundance of guidance and logic that moderate height is appropriate in this area. We would ask you to deny or significantly reduce what they're asking for to 12 stories, keeping it with the comprehensive plan. This is not just about one project. It is about the precedents that might be set that could unravel the city's planning framework. I'd ask you to read the materials that I've been sharing. I'll share them again, and make yourself just fully aware of all of the different things that come into play in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Chris Crew.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your continued efforts on behalf of Raleigh and your commitment to preservation of its character and culture. Let me remind you of your policy concerning public comments. Any comment is open during any public comment session unless there is a public hearing during the same meeting covering that topic. Therefore, you cannot count what I'm about to say against public speaking time when you finally schedule a hearing on this. I spent more than 25 years as state program manager and planner reviewing plans for compliance with regulation and guidance and reviewing associated project proposals for consistency with the same. It is extremely rare to encounter a perfect proposal. The materials that are being presented by the Planning Department in support of Z-1225 do not create a complete picture or analysis that is useful for basing your decision on this third round of change requests for these particular parcels. A good analysis of compatibility should take a broad view of relevant rules, plans, and guidance, and should reflect stakeholder input with integrity. There is no attention given to known stakeholder concerns. There is no evidence that such input was adequately solicited or incorporated into the compatibility analysis. The presentation indicates 6 areas of congruence with the comprehensive plan and future land use plan that are dubious at best. Please pay attention to the detailed analyses that are showing up in your inboxes and on your phones from Neighbors United and others. Time doesn't allow a thorough walkthrough at this time. Please take advantage of the work done by these citizen advocates. In the report, there are issues with definitions of cores and edges. There are references to association with purely conjectural transportation facilities and infrastructure. The scale and cropping of the maps in the report and presentation do not reflect accurately the subject site's relationship to the downtown core or central business district or neighborhoods and historic districts. There is no proper analysis of setback or buffering requirements. Page 10 of the presentation, which I've handed to you, includes a brief and opaque analysis of the proposed public benefits and shockingly declares that no adverse impacts were identified. No references to any adverse impacts of any kind. No historic preservation assessment, no environmental assessment, no transportation or utilities impact assessments. You got half of a report. Given the inadequacies of the materials, there's no way you can come to a rational conclusion of consistency with the comprehensive plan. What you've seen is a selective view put together by the staff and the property owner, and you should not vote to forward this to a public hearing until these shortcomings have been addressed and a full audience has been given to the entire body of stakeholder input. Honor the process. Request a complete and impartial staff analysis before you proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next, Ben Kuhn. Ben here? Okay. Octavia Rainey.
Good afternoon. I would like to say to Dr. Harrison and Jonathan, thank you for calling me about your concerns and calling on the investigation. Thank you so much. After I received 15 phone calls from women who were very upset because they didn't know that soiled diapers were not welcome into the city of Raleigh. They didn't know that if they have their diaper bags, their diaper bags were not welcome in the city of Raleigh's building. So that goes for their babies too. They had a deep concern to me, but I didn't think of it that way. I just thought of the soiled diaper that they claim I had, but I did not have. So they talked to me, and I was shocked because they brought up things that I never thought about. And women, I'm gonna be for real. I don't know whether y'all have a monthly period or not, but you put everything in that pocketbook. You put the tampons, you put the Kotex, and yes, if you bleed heavy, you put in extra pairs of panties in that pocketbook. So when they're searching your pocketbook, is that sold too? What do that mean? You take it back out? I didn't think of it on those terms. I really didn't. And then they went on to tell me, you put everything in your pocketbook. Everything. Everything. So what if you have lotion and it spills over in your pocketbook? Does the items in your pocketbook become soil? I think that it's a shame and it's a disgrace that in this day and time, we don't have the machines that you just put your pocketbook down and it scans it. I don't know what the problem is, why we don't have a scanner, but we need to get one ASAP. Dr. Harrison, I am encouraging the women to come down to City Hall, bring their babies, and bring their baby diapers, because it is outrageous. And for the women on this council, you didn't think about that? You didn't think about it as a woman? It's serious. You didn't think about, now I don't know how many of y'all put extra panties in your pocketbook, But when it's that time of the month, I do, just to be safe. So I don't understand it. I'm really sad about it, and I'm mad about it. But for the women, you need to strongly encourage getting that scanner. I don't care how much it costs. Not wait till you build a new building. You need to get it now.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the public comment. So we now have the report of the Planning Commission.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council. My name is Bynum Walter. I work in Planning and Development. I'm joined this afternoon by Chair of the Planning Commission, Nicole Bennett. I'm going to talk to you about what the Planning Commission recommended to you at their last meeting. As a reminder, we have a couple of upcoming holidays in September and October you may want to take into account. Jewish New Year, one of them. Some upcoming public hearings you might want to be thinking about. Currently, there's nothing scheduled for a public hearing on October 7 in the afternoon. We have a couple of items, 3 items there. In the evening on October 7th, you may want to keep those in mind when I talk to you about special items next, which we are suggesting October 7 hearings for. And then currently nothing scheduled for your second October meeting, that afternoon meeting for public hearing. Everything I'm going to talk to you about today, we are suggesting for October 21. I will note that last item, there, you actually did schedule a couple public hearings during consent for October 21, annexation public hearings. So these would go along with that. So the Planning Commission made some recommendations to you about Z525. This is on Rock Quarry Road. This would be an increase in residential entitlement on just under 18 acres. It's inconsistent with the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommended approval, again, that October 21 public hearing date. They also recommended approval for 1011 Crosslink Road. This is less than an acre, also increasing in residential density, consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. The dissenting vote there was concerned about neighborhood character or form, as well as traffic. Another item, Creedmoor Road, 6100 Creedmoor Road. This is also less than an acre, a request to go from residential to office mixed use with a 5-story height limit. You can see there's mixed use zoning on either side of this. Also consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map, Planning Commission recommends unanimous approval. And then finally, Watkinstown Road, again, less than an acre. This would go from R30, which is a Wake County zoning district that requires about 3/4 of an acre per unit, to R6. This is paired with the annexation I mentioned previously from the consent agenda. As you can see, this is adjacent to existing city zoning. Consistent with the comprehensive plan and future land use map, Planning Commission again recommends approval. What questions could I or Chair Bennett answer for you before you schedule public hearings?
Questions, Ms. Bynum? Yep.
So I have a question about this one related to our earlier conversation regarding annexations. And I guess first wanted to ask, did at the work session y'all get enough direction from us on the policy recommendations you were asking about?
We discussed that after the work session. It did not feel like there was clear direction provided, no.
Got it. So we should do that. We should clear that up for folks. And then, so I guess let's do that. And then my question will be, how might this one relate to that policy change?
I would describe this as in an area where we are already providing service. And so expanding service in an already committed area, expanding revenue in an already served area, as we discussed previously.
Got it. Helpful. Okay. So then with that answered, hey friends, I don't think we need to vote on it, but we do need to signal if we want staff from the work session to bring back that fixed area of eligibility and the policy change.
So, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yep.
My understanding, like when I made my comments and questions on the work session, was that staff was coming back to us with the cost analysis information, and that's why I asked for those additional items to be included in that. So I took the work session, it was information received to us, and based on what I heard, this is just me speaking, I was kind of clear that staff was coming back to us with more information.
Well, I think they are, and also are asking, would we like to come up with this like sort of temporary policy until we get that cost of service analysis? So
I supported that policy. I thought that was the direction, but if it's not clear, we're not voting, but I certainly supported selecting an area and then having a pause for 12 months. So I don't know if we want to reopen the conversation, but that was, I thought we were accepting staff's recommendation on point.
Feel good about it.
Number one, yes.
Yeah.
Both points.
I would.
You and Pat put your heads together. Did y'all come up with something different?
No, ma'am, I'm just trying to take a cue from the mayor about how she would like
Well,
to proceed.
yes, as you can tell, I'm a little confused. I didn't know that we had not taken appropriate action to give you guidance. I felt like all the questions and things that we had, I don't, you tell me, what do you need to hear from us?
So, quick summation, the cost of growth work that we're going to do is going to take at least a year, which is why we suggested to you a 12-month pause on expanding the area of eligibility. If you would like for us to bring a resolution back to you at your second October meeting, that's the guidance we are really looking for. Are you interested in the 12-month?
That
Do you want
sounds
us
good.
to bring you a resolution?
Yeah. Okay, yes, Councilor Lambert Milton.
I'd just like to add that I think some of these cases where they have already gone through a lot of the appropriate steps and expended time and money, I think they should be cleared through first before this 12-month pause is implemented, in my opinion. So certainly ones that have made their way through Planning Commission and have had recommendations or working their way to council, we just need to set a clear expectation to members of the public, I think.
Yeah, it'd be net new. So at a certain date, nothing new from that date. I think we've already, if someone's in the middle of Planning Commission right now and we say, hey, we're going to put a pause on annexations, I mean, I don't think that's fair.
Another, setting an effective date.
Yes.
I think setting an effective date for any new applications that will be part of the resolution.
I understand that that would be an aspect of the resolution we would want to clarify for you when we bring it back in October.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Great, I think so we got that resolved. Thank you, Councilor Patton, for bringing it up. And then we now have the, back to the recommendations for.
I move,
Go ahead, no, you got it.
I move that we set for public hearing, I believe 3 zoning cases and 1 annexation for October 20.
It's all rezonings I'm talking to you about today. You already set the public hearing.
All the
for-
rezonings
Yes, thank
for
you.
the October 21st, is that evening?
Afternoon.
Afternoon, public hearing.
Okay, any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thanks very much. Appreciate the guidance.
Thank you. All right, next we have special items. And once again, I think we have Ms. Walters, before you sit down.
Y'all threw me talking about the work session. I'm sorry.
That's right.
2 special items this afternoon for your consideration. These are both rezoning requests that you saw a report from the Planning Commission and held on to them to allow revision before you took action to set the public hearing. This first one is increasing residential entitlement on Leesville Road. This is less than 3 acres, consistent with the comprehensive plan and the future land use map. Planning Commission is recommending approval, but they did suggest that you allow for some revisions, which have happened. And again, suggesting an October 7 evening public hearing date here. So there are a handful of conditions offered, and what's new since you saw this 2 weeks ago is underlined. So they have added a cap on the number of residential units. They are also limiting the overall unit size of a townhouse building. So those are 2 new conditions. And then the other conditions that they had offered remain. There's a lot here. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have before you schedule the public hearing for this.
Questions? Okay. Do you want to go through the next one, or should we just do a vote on this?
You could act together or individually, your choice.
All right.
Do it now. We'll move to set the public hearing date as suggested.
All right, all in favor of the motion for Z1025I?
And what time?
It's 7.
In the evening.
All opposed, nay. Okay, thank you.
And the second special item, this is rezoning Z1225 at the intersection of West Peace and Northwest Street. Again, less than 3 acres here, going from an industrial mixed-use district to proposed downtown mixed-use district. The base district there is a 30-story height limit with urban general frontage and some conditions consistent with the comprehensive plan of the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval. Again, this has been revised since you received the Planning Commission recommendation on September 2nd. You could schedule this as early as October 7 in the evening. So typically these are organized around theme in an effort to be helpful to you in understanding everything that's offered here. So there's some restrictions around use that were previously offered. They have not changed. Some restrictions around building height and step back that have modified. So zone 1 is now limited down to 24 stories versus the 30-story base district. And then zone 2, which is the southern portion of the property, is limited to no more than 27 stories. And then they have offered some additional guidance about height within 15 feet of West Street. And then there's basically a step back. So 15 feet, it can go up to one height, and then 30 feet back, it can go a little bit higher. Well, 40 feet higher. I don't know if I would call that a little bit or not. They've removed a condition that is already a UDO, a Unified Development Ordinance, a development requirement. The conditions around development adjacent to Smoky Hollow Park have not changed. They have modified their affordable housing conditions. So previously this was offered as a single lump amount at the 500th dwelling unit. This is now broken into 2 pieces around the first 200 units. There's a piece of, there's a first payment there at the, I'm sorry, 2 pieces at 2 different number of units, and then similarly, those are broken down between, I'm sorry, I'm really having a hard time with my words, between basically like site plan versus permitting. Excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, so those are the changes there.
Right. Thank you. Any questions for?
There also is a new offer around glazing on the western facade of the building, as well as some tower separation between any 2 particular towers. I will note that there are also step back and tower separation requirements in the Unified Development Ordinance, and these are in addition to that. And that's all of them.
Okay, thank
Thanks.
you. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to, again, note for the public that these are new conditions that were put in our agenda, would have been on Thursday of the past week. So take a look at those if you're interested to see what is being proposed. And I'm prepared to make the motion for the public hearing to be set on October 7th in the evening when ready.
Yep. Councilor Jones.
Can you go back to the previous slide with the new condition about the affordable housing? I just have a question. I don't know if this is for the city attorney's office. This is the first time we would have done something prior to the certificate of occupancy, correct? This is what this condition is offering prior to? Is this the first condition that we've done with that?
I will just say we have seen a variety of conditions related to affordable housing, contribution unit, notice, what have you. Those range around timing. Specifically, contribution, I believe, is generally tied towards the end of development and delivery.
Right, that's what I was familiar
cannot
with. So I'm
think of
just
an
wondering about
exception to
the
that.
making sure that the legality, making sure this is possible. Just wanting to get some guidance on from the attorney's office that this was something you guys had seen and this is you're comfortable with it.
Yes, I did work with the applicant on this. It's fine. It is going to be guaranteed with a promissory note. So it will be, we could still give the approvals, but we would have this like enforceable contract to go to court if we needed.
Got it.
Excuse me.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Councilor Lambert Melton.
My question was about the promissory note. So I may give our attorneys a second too.
Okay.
I had a question about the promissory note. I'm just confused what that means in practice. Have we done one of these before where it's secured by promissory note?
Yes, this is the second one. And the
Okay.
first one was Carolyn Bockel, City Attorney's Office, sorry. So David York did one before I got here. I was just working on the promissory note, so.
So
second time.
if the project never comes to fruition, what happens with the promissory note?
If it never, it is only tied to those obligations. They don't have to do it until the timing of, we've got building permit inspection or building permit issuance. So if they don't seek issuance, it's not due.
Okay, and so then the promissory note would be once they seek issuance, if they don't pay promptly, then we would have something to go after them for the payment.
Correct.
Okay, thank
So
you.
they could still go on with their development. We wouldn't hold that up. They could get money to pay us.
Councilor Patton.
Yeah, hey Bynum. Question from me about the tower separation. It seemed as I read it, so this is describing how far apart two towers would need to be. Is there anything in the UDO or in the conditions that requires there would be separate towers, or would they still be in a position where they could build one large building?
They could certainly choose to only build one building. I believe there are limits on building floor plate total in relationship to height.
Okay. Okay, so those ratios would be the limiting factor that would lend itself to separate buildings. And then this just describes how far apart they'll be. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, you said you were willing to make a motion.
Yeah. Motion to set the public hearing for our October 7th in the evening. That'll be at 7 p.m.
All right, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michelle Millette with the council contingency disbursement.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We just have one item before you today that is brought up by Councilmember Jones, who has a contingency request for a place at the table for $5,000.
Thank you. I just want to give an explanation. I tend to do that on these contingency requests. And as we see the need growing in the community, in our community, our homeless population, and seeing the services around city that take care and provide resources to people coming to our city needing those is of utmost importance to me. And so I'm looking at things, organizations like A Place at the Table, who are a really welcome resource of, if you're unfamiliar, you can work for your lunch, you can volunteer for your lunch, but it is free. And so I think as a city who knows that with the national scheme or feeling of things and how nonprofits work, we are going to have to fill the gap somewhere and make sure that all of their community members are being serviced and provided those resources. So I am requesting $5,000 for A Place at the Table in their annual gala to help support the services they provide for the city. So I just wanted to give you guys a background of why I was making that request. So thank you.
All right, I'll second if that's a motion. Is there any other questions about this? All right, so all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed. All right, thank you. All right, next we'll turn it over to the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 4 items on the agenda, and then I have 2 notes of interest, from one being a staff shout-out from this past weekend, and then the other is a highlight for the community. So the first item on the agenda today, we have Whitney Schoenfield from the City Manager's Office, who is going to speak to us about an application for a social district.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Once again, I'm Whitney Schoenfeld with Special Events. Our team has overseen the implementation and operation of the city's first social district, Sip and Stroll Downtown. For the purpose of today's item, which was also daylighted in a recent manager's update, we will review what a social district is, why they exist, how one is established, and then we'll present the new social district request to create one within Seaboard Station. And this request comes to us from Hoffman and Associates, who owns, operates, and develops Seaboard Station. So as a quick refresher, what is a social district? State statute defines it as a designated area where alcoholic beverages can be purchased from an ABC permittee for on-premises consumption, and then that alcohol can be consumed in that designated area. So think of purchasing a beverage from your favorite bar or restaurant in a designated cup, walking outside along the sidewalk, and now you're sipping, strolling, shopping along the way to your next destination. The North Carolina General Assembly enabled this legislation for 2 primary reasons. The first was to support businesses by bringing people back downtown, and the second was to make people feel safe while they're outdoors amidst COVID-19. Since the legislation was passed, there are 77 registered social districts across the state of North Carolina, including our own in downtown Raleigh, which was first piloted in August 2022 and then later expanded in August 2023. It's received an overwhelming amount of positive feedback for the current district, and RPD notes that there are no quality of life concerns associated with the district and any issues such as underage drinking, DUIs, accidents, crime. State statute also allows municipalities to create more than one social district. Any new district created would be done by amending the original ordinance. At council direction to create a process for additional applications throughout the city, we created an online form for other parts of the city to apply, which is what Hoffman and Associates has done. Today's request is to give direction to amend the ordinance to establish the city's second social district. The Sip and Stroll name was originally decided to align with a future vision for other social districts, and the proposed name for the new social district would be Sip and Stroll Seaboard Station. This is a map of the proposed boundaries of Seaboard Station's request. It's the blue light gray shaded area here. Hoffman and Associates is pursuing a social district because while there are some privately maintained streets, there are City of Raleigh maintained streets in this area as well. I'll note that the applicant is here if the council has any questions from Hoffman and Associates at the end of the presentation. As far as their outreach and engagement efforts, this began 5 months ago when they first reached out to city staff. We've met with them countless times. They've also met with the RPD's downtown district and many of their neighbors. They've engaged with stakeholders such as the Substance Use Advisory Commission, and they've also engaged with their neighbors, William Peace University, 111 Seaboard, as well as Cotton Mill, Mordecai, and the Common Market, too. In addition to those in-person engagements, they also proactively surveyed their tenants, including their retailers, as well as residents, and both residents and retailers have shown an overwhelming amount of support for the district. This table here shows some initial businesses that would choose to opt into the social district by either selling alcohol or welcoming it into their establishment. 7 out of 9 food and beverage retailers have opted in with full support from the Yard Milkshake Bar, who would support it even though they've decided to opt out if it were to be enacted. It's important to note that Starbucks is an international brand. They have their own policies regarding alcohol, which is why they've chosen to opt out at this time. There are also several businesses that would be coming soon to Seaboard Station, and each of them would have the option to opt in or opt out. Also pictured on this slide on the right-hand side are some window clings. They may look similar to what we see in the current social district, but these would be used in windows to identify a business's participating status in the social district. The applicant has been actively working on their signage and waste management plans, which are all a part of the state statute and the requirements to create a social district. They've identified locations for signage as well as mock-up designs pictured here, which again looks similar to the existing signage we have in place. They've also done a count of their current waste and recycling receptacles on site. They have 11, and they've identified 4 other locations to install more to support the district. They have private security coverage already and would continue to enhance those with vehicle and foot patrols. So this slide summarizes specific details for the Sip and Stroll Seaboard Station request. The proposed boundaries include 2 city streets, which are Franklin Street and Seaboard Avenue, as well as their private streets, Seaboard Station Drive and Seamart Drive. The incorporation of public streets is why this is a social district request and not a common area entertainment permit, which you may see on private properties such as Fenton and North Hills. The proposed operating hours are daily from 10 a.m. until 10 p.m., which again is consistent with the current social district downtown. The proposed implementation date is November 14th, and this would allow more business education so they can educate their patrons, as well as deploy signage and any additional waste receptacles. So the request before council today is to either approve of the proposed social district parameters, suggest any changes, or provide alternate direction regarding amending city code to create this new social district. Should the council desire to proceed, staff would draft ordinance changes, and that would return to you on a future agenda. Also, if approved, we would continue to work with Hoffman and Associates to do those business education, and they would be responsible for all signage and receptacle installment. Details of the district would be added to our current webpage regarding the social district, and before it could become operational, we would submit registration materials to the North Carolina ABC Commission. So once again, we do have representation from Hoffman and Associates here, and with that, we would take any questions, comments, or any other feedback you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councilor Jones and then Councilor Silver.
Thank you so much. I want to say I really appreciate the outreach to our SUAC, so it's Substance Use Advisory Commission. We have received the email, but I'd like for you to uplift anything you heard in their questions and concerns as we deliberate adding this district.
Questions and concerns from that particular meeting? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that was really an awareness meeting, and I know Hoffman and Associates really express an interest in partnering in some ways with the Substance Use Advisory Commission. I'm not sure if that has come to fruition on what those opportunities could be. There was also conversation just about the development itself, and it didn't necessarily focus too much on the social district.
I want to uplift something that, as we talk about social districts, that as I've been their liaison for a little over 2 years, something that they bring up that I want just part of the conversation is a block away from Seaboard Station. It is a Class 1 misdemeanor to openly drink an alcoholic beverage, but this would make it in Seaboard Station perfectly okay. So how does that affect inequality? So that is something that we have talked about at Substance Use Advisory Commission. So that's something that, as we weigh it, that they're concerned with. Of how does it look a block away, somebody can get arrested for it, especially in our in-house community, but then on this block, it's fine for people who buy it here. So that's a concern that they've uplifted. We all received the email from Rihanna Fleury, who serves on the board, so there are other concerns, but I think that's the one that bubbles up to the top for me that I just want to make sure is part of our conversation as we deliberate. Thank you.
Councilor Silver and then Lambert Melton.
A very quick question. I saw proposed hours of operation, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Is that in alignment with other social districts? Just want to know is that standard and how's this compare to some other social districts? I was just assuming it would be later in the days. When I saw it 10 a.m., I just want to ask the question.
It is consistent with our current social district. When Sip and Stroll Downtown was first created, we started it at 11 a.m. And then once it was expanded to be consistent with like the brunch bill, there was a desire from the public to make it earlier in the day, so that's why it's 10 a.m. And then it goes until 10 p.m. so it doesn't bleed into nightlife activity. So it gets through like the dinner time or any shopping and things like that.
And I have a question that may be for the applicant, but I noticed on the map, obviously the public utilities, the Duke Power Station is not included, and of course, William Peace University is not included, but I noticed that the other building, I think it's 111 Seaboard Building, which does have existing restaurants and other establishments, is not included. And my understanding, Hoffman does not own that building. I'm just curious why they're not included. Is it because Hoffman doesn't own it?
That is part of it. They also did reach out to the building and did not hear back about an interest in being a part of the social district.
So I'll just add something. You know, I like to follow data, and the data we've seen on social districts is a high level of support from residents and businesses, both this one and the ones that we have existing, with very few unintended negative consequences. So I would be in support of moving this forward. I will say that I do think the user experience is going to be a little awkward if that 111 Seaboard Building is not included, because when you're there in the Seaboard Station development, you don't know as a resident or a visitor who owns what or where the boundaries are. Bad Daddy's is one of the bigger, more long-term established restaurants there. They're housed in this 111 Seaboard Building, and I think naturally people are going to think they can cross over there with their beverages. And so I would want to pause on this until we can get some firm commitment from the owners of this 111 Seaboard Building and clarify what the boundaries may look like.
We can certainly make another effort to get in touch with them. Again, this would come back on a future agenda item for actual adopting into the ordinance. So when it comes back, we could also include whether or not we've been able to touch base with them if they would like to participate or not.
So we have to make a final vote on this sometime later?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
well, I would feel comfortable moving this forward today. I would like a little more information on that, and then obviously we can decide what to do when it's up for final vote, but I'll move it forward right now. My motion.
Second from Councilor Branch. Yes.
Just one question. Kind of piggybacking on that, the section marked A in this map, I mean, that's all like one building, but only the blue side is included. But similarly, like there's patio seating on the Peace side, right?
So my name is Mosiah Lloyd. I am a development associate with Hoffman and Associates, and thank you all for having me here today. So specifically for Block A, that's our retail-facing side on Seaboard Avenue. Our thought process is there's no reason for people to have alcohol anywhere near Peace Street, just because it's such a busy street. So since our retail is on Seaboard Avenue, Omakase by Kai, Tulajore, and more coming retail, that's why we have it on that side as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? We had a motion and a second, so we'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so 2 in opposition. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is the development of our legislative agenda. We have Sumitra Jones in the City Manager's office presenting this item.
Madam Manager, good afternoon. I just want to do a little bit of introduction just to remind council as well as the public how we got here. So my name is Michelle Millette with the City Manager's Office. Going to formally introduce Sumitra Jones, who is our Legislative and Agenda Affairs Assistant Director for the City of Raleigh. And if you all recall, at your January retreat, you asked us to help you create a formal legislative agenda at the state level, as well as some other assignments that will come to you at the retreat you're having in just the end of the month. So just wanted to set the tone and remind everybody how we got here. Sumitra is going to do a wonderful job of reminding you of some of the themes and the ideas that you have, but first laying the ground blocks for how we're going to establish an agenda, and we'll be available for questions afterwards.
Good afternoon. My name is Sumitra Jones, again with the City Manager's Office. I'm going to walk you through kind of the basics of creating a legislative agenda today. So a quick overview of what we're going to talk about, the basics of a legislative agenda. I'm going to give you all some examples. I'm going to review some of the themes that you all thought of during your 2025 retreat earlier this year. Some features and key considerations for you all to ponder in advance of the retreat next week, as well as some next steps. So what is a legislative agenda? It is a roadmap of priorities or goals that a governing body or an organization sets to inform advocacy efforts at the local, state, and federal level. So it's kind of like your guiding light. A policy theme versus a policy goal, just kind of want to clarify the differences between the two. A policy theme is broad. It's an overarching idea or a unifying framework that organizes specific policy objectives. And then a policy goal, a little bit more narrow. It's a clear, actionable statement of a desired policy outcome. Policy goals are measurable, directional. They're specific, but they're not restrictive, and they align with your broader policy theme. Basic structure, obviously, you all have the ability to create your agenda the way that you want to, and it could look however you want it to look. But generally what we see is a mission, statement, purpose, or guiding principles at the top. They are broad to narrow, again, kind of bringing it back in those policy themes to policy goals. And about 1 to 2 pages, they're fairly brief as well. So we're gonna look at a couple of examples just to kind of set the stage. First being Mecklenburg County. This is a publicly available PDF that I took some screenshots from. You'll see in the blocks, I think it's like 5 or 6 themes: housing insecurity, early childhood development, workforce development, educational attainment, and environmental stewardship. Those are the policy themes, and underneath each of those blocks are separate kind of statements, and those are their policy goals. You'll see that they use some color, they have some graphics, they make it very kind of aesthetically appealing to look at, which can be good for whoever your audience is. More closely looking at their housing insecurity goal, you can see underneath the theme that both of the goals really kind of address how the county is interested in pursuing housing insecurity, specifically addressing affordable housing and availability and protecting home ownership. Also like to highlight in the second goal, they use the words support efforts in the beginning, just to kind of acknowledge that those 2 words in and of itself are not restricted. That gives their lobbying team or whatever staff that they use to work on these issues some leeway, instead of identifying like a specific bill, for example, of something to pursue. Our next example is going to come from Matthews, North Carolina. Matthews, for awareness, is a town outside of Charlotte. It's about the size of Clayton. Again, this is from their legislative agenda as well. Looks a little different, perfectly fine. You'll see as well the policy themes, protection of local control and locally developed infrastructure, transportation, planning and services for urban growth, as well as some specific goals underneath. I think what's interesting about Matthew's agenda is under transportation, you'll see some very specific goals that are really tailored to issues that are clear and apparent in Matthews, specifically around the Charlotte Regional Transportation Planning Organization and US 74. I'd like to note that there are some municipalities that do take their legislative agenda as an opportunity to ask for very specific things. Some folks ask for funding, some ask to appeal or amend very specific bills. If you can recall back to December, there was a bill about downzoning. Some cities put that very specifically on their legislative agenda for this year. So it's what you make it. There is no particular recipe, but there are some things that make it more effective. So to revisit what you all addressed earlier this year in January, some of the things that you all raised that for policy themes were housing, property tax relief tools to expand tax credit, opportunities for state-owned lands, public and private partnerships, long-term leases, funding for community and youth programs, as well as tax credit expansion, targeted investments on retail or other stores, coordinated IT communication data and data with state and federal partners, historic preservation, municipal service districts, building code reform, and stormwater resilience. So very ambitious, which is fantastic. Some things to keep in mind when you're creating an effective legislative agenda is that you'll have an agenda that is objective, that is concise, that is actionable, informed, strategic, focused, responsive, attainable, practical, and consistent with the city's stated mission and values. So some things to keep in mind as you all will have some opportunity to think about these further. First is what is in the purview of the state to actually do. Most of you all, or all of you are, I'm sure, aware of this, but the Constitution, the state Constitution allows the legislature to enact, amend, and repeal laws. Those laws can be broadly categorized into categories that allow for the regulation of conduct, to provide for state services, empower or direct local governments to act, that regard revenue and appropriations, as well as constitutional amendments. Those laws can also be either public bills, which are the bills that affect 15 or more counties and the cities within them, which would be all the cities, or local bills, which affect less than 15 counties and the cities within them, as well as resolutions. Another thing to consider is whether you need legislative action or not. Sometimes I think it's the mind is to go, we need a bill, and that may not always be the case. So in considering your legislative priorities, it's good to kind of ponder and assess whether legislation will adequately address the problem that you're attempting to solve, as well as if there is a non-legislative resolution as well that will prove to be equally as effective. It's also important to remember that while there are many limits, cities have the authority already to establish and implement policies and programs that can improve quality of life within your municipal bounds. Through this process, you may also realize that some of your policy priorities can be accomplished by creating or modifying ordinances or programs. So not necessarily needed on a legislative agenda, but things to consider as well. Timing and alignment with the legislative biennium. So the General Assembly holds regular sessions and shorter sessions is what they call them. So in a typical legislative cycle, it's 2 years, with the regular session and being the long session happening in the odd number years. So we are currently in the long session, where you'll see hundreds of public bills filed, as well as the short session, which will happen next year. It's important to remember that during the long session, there's a little bit more leeway in the types of bills that we see and that legislators can introduce. There are more restrictions in the short session, specifically regarding bills that have made crossover legislators can consider. So those are bills that have been introduced in exchange chambers, as well as some local bills and recommendations from study commissions, as well as anything related to the budget. So your short session, you're a little bit more restrictive in terms of what the General Assembly will consider, which kind of makes the long session being a good opportunity to kind of get things out in front. It gives your staff and your lobbying team a little bit more runway and time to work what you all put on the agenda itself. Politics. It's important to consider national and state political trends in the political environment. Public legislative agendas are public documents. They are public expressions of the city's morals and priorities and values. So to be mindful that even the most innocuous and well-meaning ideas and initiatives can garner attention from legislators and our neighbors who may perceive things differently. So always something to keep in the back of your mind as well. But aside from that, there are some political trends at the state and national level that may make pursuing certain items on your agenda more feasible. A good example is housing. Housing has been the topic of conversation across every level of government. And because there's a lot of attention to the issue and a seemingly a desire to address the issue, how to address the issue may be different, but a desire to address it nonetheless may make an issue like that on an agenda more likely to see some progress than maybe some others. So something else to keep in mind. Politics plays a role at every level of government and and may have an impact on the success of an agenda, depending on what you put on it. And then lastly, your advocacy partners. There's obviously power in numbers. It's more likely than not that some of this council's priorities and goals they're not specific to you, that there are lots of organizations and cities and municipalities that are concerned about the same things, and identifying those partners and building coalitions and working with them and collaborating with them may also help improve the success of your agenda and make it more effective. So to wrap up, beyond your legislative agenda, even if there are items that do not make it on the agenda, or you prioritize something one year over something in the next, that you still have the strategic and the comprehensive plans that demonstrate the city's values and priorities. So even if it's not on your legislative agenda, it's still, there are priorities that constituents and other folks can look to, and other guiding documents that the city produces. So your next steps, you all will have an opportunity to provide some input on some policy themes and goals that will be in some of the pre-work that you have leading up to the retreat next weekend. And of course, we have your retreat next weekend where I will help lead you in an exercise to kind of refine some of these ideas as well. So that's all I have for you. If you have any questions.
Councilor Silver, thank you.
Thank you, Sumitra, for the presentation. I know we went through this in January. Just so I understand, and let me take to the political one, there are certainly multiple municipalities that are putting forward an agenda. What advice can you give it to go alone? The League, which starts to collect multiple municipalities. I'm just trying to find out the best approach to putting something out there, working with existing statewide partners. Do we go on certain items alone? Do we figure out, as you said, there's comfort in numbers? Mm-hmm. Do we reach out to kind of not known allies? Let's say, for example, there's something that the home builders and the city of Raleigh agree. I'm just trying to find out, as we form this, there's kind of the items, but then strategically, what's the best path forward? There's the go it alone, there's to reach out to a state partner, or there's to be an ally with a kind of not your normal partner to go to the state. So is that part of this exercise, or we're just putting out, because to me, in the back of my head, if there's something that we may feel passionately about, but politically it's just a non-starter, how does that happen at the mid-year review? And what is kind of the best path forward for us?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. The attorney and me will tell you that it depends. I think, one, at the retreat, I think it's a prime opportunity to have those conversations, right? Some of the pre-work that you'll have will give you an opportunity, and I'll be able to provide you with kind of what your fellow council members have identified as what they think is important, and the retreat will give you all an opportunity to kind of engage in those conversations. To kind of the earlier question that you made, I think there's a really great partner in the league, and the county and other local as well as national organizations, depending on the issue, may determine the route that you want to go. I also think it's important to, and I'll be careful with my words here, I think it's important to acknowledge kind of the position that the city of Raleigh sits in and what that means when it comes to certain issues.
We hear you. We know what you're saying.
Reading between the lines there. Councilor Patton.
Hi, thanks for this. I will be excited to do the work at the retreat. I guess I don't know if this is exactly a question, but we began this conversation at a retreat many years ago, before your time, and then we talked about it again in our January retreat, and then now we'll talk again at this retreat. And I guess it would be my aspirational goal that by the end of this year, by the end of this calendar year, we'd just have actually approved it, so that we're not talking about making the plan to make the plan to do the thing. And I think we've been presented with a lot of examples, like we've seen Wake County's example, which I think we can align a lot with. I think when the league was before us at the retreat, I think we talked about some like building code council reforms, like single stair reform, which I also think our partners at the home builders can align themselves with. I see here in Mecklenburg County is they have advocate for increasing the income eligibility for homestead property tax exemption, which is something we hear from our residents, and again, perhaps power in numbers. So I think like we can like narrow the funnel and get this like across the finish line, and so that would be my goal for us.
Any other? Well, I'll say I appreciate the work. I would also think about offensive, defensive. I think we have a pretty long and much more vague defense list, and then we could have a very precise offense list, and then subdivide, right, what the league may carry and what may very, very specific, to us. And then it would also be helpful to think about fiscal and budget. We know a huge issue is transportation funding, right, funding in general versus policy. So just that may help us break these things down into bite size. And then my final comment, which maybe we can discuss at the retreat, is just this blurring of long and short session and the challenges of getting anything through the General Assembly, right? I mean, they have no budget right now, and they've also passed very little legislation. I don't know what that means for the upcoming short session next year. We're also seeing many different convenings. So it's a little confusing to me, like, when is the appropriate time to get something done? Will they have an expanded set of things they'll consider in the short session, given how little passed in the long? Or are they going to adhere to their old rules? Again, not expecting an answer right now, but just as we think about timing, it's kind of hard to, the rules seem to be changing.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones. So you will get, at the end of this week, 2 kind of pre-work assignments that will kind of help inform and keep us on track for time for next Saturday. And this will be one of them. And you'll get a second one from me as well on Friday. So the next item on the agenda is a long-awaited update again on the RaleighNC.gov website redesign. We have Robin Deacle from Communications here to present this item.
Good afternoon. I'll get my notes in order here. I'm Robin Deacle, and I'm the Communications Director for the City of Raleigh. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I want to start today by thanking all of my phone friends in the audience who have really done all the work on this project. I have Pete Weber on the other side of the audience there, our web manager. Sitting beside him is Nicole Bennis, our web developer. And a couple of rows back on the end is Jim Alberg, who has a great title of GIS and Emerging Technology Manager, but that's only because Jack of all trades is not a recognized HR title in the city. And directly in front of him, Beth Stagner. They all have contributed very much to sometimes the mechanics of getting this done, but very often just moving the project forward. So I want to say thank you. And I also want to start off by those of you who were here. Remember, I started my last presentation showing a picture of Annie Louise Wilkerson Nature Preserve. And I said, what I want this to be is this is a recognized image of all, there's so many stories we have in Raleigh, but we know the downtown image. And I wanted an opportunity for us to showcase other things that are going on in Raleigh. So this is one of our murals over at Chavis, and I'm glad you all recognize it. I'm going to make good on my promise, and I'll get to that in the very end. Today's presentation, I'm going to do a short recap of how we got here, which includes some information on testing. Last year, we issued an RFP. We had 11 responses, and we hired a firm to help us. We've brought them up to speed and had a number of internal and external conversations that led to a prototype. We put that prototype into testing, and you're going to see the results of that today. And from that, we also got a navigation that we finalized and some designs that I'm going to share with you. I am going to note that because of the nature of web design, this is going to be a little bit different presentation, so I will make some technical notes along the way for people who are following along at home, so you can kind of keep up with the presentation. When I spoke with you last year, I talked to you about an action-based navigation. So this is based on why you're coming to the website and what you want to do, and not who you are. We went to put this through testing, and we found out that there were some improvements that we could make to it. And I'm going to switch to a live version of that navigation. If I can find it here. This is it here. And show you where we landed. And first of all, I want, this is this one. All right, and we'll go like this. So where we landed is we still have the how do I, city services, and alerts, but we added community and business because we found out that some of those things particularly were not recognized as hard city services, and we wanted to give them their own space. I'll start with the city services, even though that's a little bit out of order, to show that we've streamlined the services that are available, thinking about them from a resident's point of view as opposed to our department's point of view. So it should make it easier to find what you're looking for. For example, trash and recycling, you'll see that this bumps out. I hope, maybe I have to click it. But in the live version, it will bump out, and then there's also a way where it will show you what is new and different in the navigation menu. Here's an example of the new in the How Do I section. After a lot of testing and a lot of internal discussions, we came up with 4 different categories of How Do I. And the idea is that you can find some of the things you do most by category, and there's no more than it's no more than 7. I think we cut it down to 6. I want to note here that Ask Raleigh is the first choice in the navigation at the top left, and has that little new signifying button there to help it. All of these funny boxes will be icons to help you navigate and find what you're looking for in the navigation. I'll move next to our community, which programs, events, Get Outdoors, Engage with Raleigh is here, which includes our boards and commission, community engagement network, city initiatives like the comp plan. So these are where you would find things that are not strict city services, some of the things that make Raleigh special and really contribute to our quality of life. And then finally, business resources are for both large and small businesses. The idea is that they don't think of what they're getting as a city service, although it is, but this puts it in one place for them to be able to find it. And some of you remember that we initiated this project thinking about how to better inform our community during crisis. Well, this is one outcome. In the navigation menu, you have an alert, and when you mouse over it, you will get a bump down of what's going on right now, and you'll be able to click through to the alert page, which I'll also show you as part of this presentation. One thing that I do want to highlight here is what we call this eyebrow navigation right here across the top of the page. So those are another set of shortcuts that kind of rise to the top as far as page traffic, places that people are used to being able to get to easily, and that is another way to get them there. I do want to pause here briefly for clarification questions. I would be happy to, outside of this meeting, drill into the navigation if you all are interested in seeing, where everything lives. But for the sake of time today, any clarifying questions?
I will just say, very exciting that we're doing this. We know there's a lot of web traffic that goes on, a lot of business gets conducted, and it's great that we're refreshing.
Absolutely. And we put this through testing. The community and business got adjusted as a result of the testing. We did some very basic designs for that prototype. And what I'm going to show you today, I'm going to have to go to the very, very top. I practiced and forgot to reset all my stuff. This is my ta-da moment. This is what our new city website, it's not too terribly different from what we have now, but it will be different enough, I think, that people will start to notice it and be able to use it a little bit better than where we are today. You'll see the navigation that we just looked at, a big header image. We have the opportunity here on this guide to do some storytelling. #1 best performing large city. You may see later on #2, that's because we started this project a while ago. As we go through this, I'm going to go through the front page a little slowly, then I'm going to zoom back so you can kind of see how it fits together. We have our popular services here. Right here, you have Report a Problem. That will hook into our Ask Raleigh service that Karen Ray and others have been working to get up and running. It's in beta right now. And also, these right now are populated by our traffic, what is getting the most traffic on the site. This can, in the future, kind of tie in with Ask Raleigh or other AI that we are using to improve or change the popular services list. That is an in the future thing, but that's kind of an idea of where this could integrate with the website, because I know you all are going to ask. We've moved our news items up and given them a little bit better treatment. You can scroll across and get a whole list of news items here. Nice feature with a little short sentence. And I'm going to go, there are 3 sections on the home page, but each of these sections have building blocks in them. So for example, this purple and yellow and green, we call this the Mardi Gras block. That's something that you could use to promote an event that's coming up. And the images there, you put text on top of this, so this gives us a lot of flexibility. So do the event blocks just below that. These can be used multiple places across our site, and it really gives us an opportunity to dress up the content, make it easier to scroll and easier to find what you're looking for. This is one of my favorite ones that we've done, is this event feature block with a beautiful, colorful picture with some text on it and a very clear action action button here to go learn more. The second section that we have on the front page is participate in city government. Those of you who are looking at home can see a slight light blue background on the city council public comment and boards and commissions, so I'll let you all know that's there, just to give a little contrast as you come down the page. These boxes could say anything. You could pick which meetings you want to highlight, and then you could pick which of the top issues, or maybe multiple issues that you'd want to feature right now, like we do here under recent. So a lot of opportunity for storytelling and content focus. And then I'm going to take you, the next section is very similar, but what I want to show is how this is, there are several different blocks across the page that really kind of come together to tell a story, and each of these blocks you will see as we go through the next couple of examples, how they get reused throughout the site to really create something that kind of makes Raleigh look good. When you click from the front page, you go to what we call a landing page, which I'm going to showcase our Parks and Rec page. We use this as one of our testing items. We did find a book a shelter at Pullen Park was one of the test activities that we did. So people click through the website to find something. So we had a great kind of start for our page designs here. And I want to kind of call your attention to two things here. The Raleigh Parks and Recreation, and then underneath it, explore the beauty and diversity of Raleigh's parks, where nature meets community. That says something about what's going on here. It gives you some interest. And there are more than 200 parks in Raleigh. I think that's something I've been clear on lately, but may not be as obvious to everybody. So an opportunity to do some marketing about our parks. A little bit of navigation, and then these nice feature blocks where you can talk about a park. Good thing here, a quick title, a quick action item, and then a picture over here. In all of our implementation going forward, you'll be able to flip the text and the picture. So another good thing is highlighting visual interest. And on this page, we have the news and events block, and these are featuring multiple news stories about parks, multiple. You can click on events right there if this were a functioning site, and you would get a good list of events. The final section I'm going to highlight here, because this is a little bit more important for our city services page, is we have a little bit different approach to sharing our projects for the city. Which will be a little bit more information on the block, a picture, and then some status bars on the cards that show up here. These cards can show up across multiple pages. You can pull the ones that belong to the specific department, or you could do a citywide page that had all of them on it. I will do a little bit of show off for our Pullen Park page, which is one more level down. Notice here still those same storytelling elements. We pulled the calendar up to the top. So just kind of showing you how those blocks can work differently. A good thing to note here, we right now have a lot of text on our page. You have to scroll through and read all of it. If you want to know about the playgrounds at the very bottom, in this case, you can just expand to playgrounds and see what you need to see. So very excited about some of these changes coming. I will go ahead to our alerts pages, and this is our, yes, ma'am.
So sorry, I don't mean to stop you. No, in the parks area, can you show me where the greenway, us wanting to make that, more walkable and everything? I feel like that should be something that is up there that says, hey, here's our greenway system. Please use it.
Sure. So I should have said at the very beginning, all of this content is kind of for position only. So what we've mocked up here is what the developer was able to find easily and pull into the page. And then as we get closer, a little further down the road into the project, we have a technically functioning site. We sit down with the parks group and we start to put the right things on here. In fact, in the community section where we had more information about parks, we actually specifically highlighted trails and greenways right there too.
Oh,
so
perfect.
there are some
I just want to make
places
sure that residents, but I understand what you're saying. This is a placeholder, but that's a huge thing for parks
I
for
understand.
me specifically. So thanks.
Yes, yes. This is very much how things can look, and the content that we have options to populate it with some content whatever ends up working for us. Let me show you our alerts page. Let me see if I can go straight to it. This is a big alert page, so I have to knock on wood whenever I put something about hurricanes on the scene screen. But this would be if we had a major event in Raleigh. So you see the red alert at the top of the screen. We have a box in the middle of the screen that gives a summary of what has happened, and hopefully your 2 to 3 most important actions you would want to take. In this case, it's report an emergency or find a shelter. Beneath that, we're going to have some cards that say what specific services are affected. In this case, it's power, water, roads, community events, public transit, and waste collection. These links are all customizable. So in this case, in waste collection, we have debris cleanup and guidelines right there. So that gives the information that residents need for this particular storm, and it's not necessarily a standard. I do want to point out there are some workflow items that we're still working on to make sure this works, but this is the idea. This is where we're trying to go. And then very finally, I'm going to make good on my promise to talk about our front page. So this is the front page that you just looked at. We're now the #1 best performing large city, and this site can feature, for example, our opening day at Gibson Play Plaza with the bubbles. Or maybe we want to have a different look at downtown from Chavis Park, the splash pad. Or then, you know, it's a beautiful picture of a Memorial Auditorium we just went out and captured. We could sub that in for a week. And I think this is a good example. When we opened Gibson Play Plaza, the confetti cannons are a really nice thing to look at. We have a lot of Pullen Park pictures in here. It's where our photographer was when we did these comps. But we may be the electric train starting at Pullen Park, or the carousel celebrates an anniversary, or finally that beautiful mural that we saw at the beginning at Chavis Park. So that is really the end of my presentation today. I do have some next steps for you, which are that this is now going into technical development. We are, I think, very close to getting our contract signed, so that, well, that didn't work the way I wanted it to. Very close to getting our contract signed so that we can go into technical development. Part of the technical development will be content migration. We've cut about 1/3 of the content out of our website, but a lot of it has been marked to improve, which with these new page structures, I think gives us a really good opportunity to put good information into the website and structure it in a way that makes it easier to find. We will be doing some community conversations in the meantime, and I do want to be very candid. It will be late spring or early summer before we see the live site. Development and testing and user acceptance all take that long, so I wanted to give you an update today, but we do have some more things coming. But that does give us an opportunity to have a lot of community conversations, and here are some excerpts from some we had this weekend. Unanimously impressed with the new site, the people who saw it this weekend. It was a very exciting time to hang out at the Community Engagement Expo, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Looks like we've, here, I'll start down here with Councilor Branch.
Yeah, definitely thank you. It's a long time coming, and hopefully this site will be the last update we need to make for many years, because we're going to keep it current and up to date. And part of that is, I know you're going through the technical review, and I noticed the presentation, we always talk about the website based on the computer. Please don't forget the #1 computer, the phones, so that the site translates appropriately for phone usage as well. Whatever, because sometimes you have to make certain technical adjustments for phone usage, so definitely no pressure.
Gotcha. We do have a number of mobile comps I'd be happy to share with you. I just pulled them for time today.
Okay, Councilor Silver, Patton, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I just want to echo Councilmember Jones' comment about the greenways and trails. I know you said it's coming. I know it's a big greenway system. Right now you could download a PDF map, but if there's any way, because it's such an amazing trail and greenway system, in some cases, parts of it are under construction. You don't know until you get there unless you're in the know. So just bringing the experience of those greenways and trails, understanding the segments, because very often you're on Crabtree, then you're on Mine Creek, you're on, it can be a challenge, and the way this website could at least help some wayfinding and anticipation But the PDF map does a good job, but I just think you can enhance that experience even further because there are, some people go to parks, some are looking to bike, to run, to walk, to go out as a family, and I think it'd be a nice addition. But the website is stunningly beautiful. Love the storytelling, so great job to the entire team.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would echo, like, yeah, yay, updates. It's looking great. We want people to be able to find the information. And I know part of what you've told us before is just sort of clearing away a lot of the clutter. I think the way it's organized in your, do you call them comps? Yeah, that's helpful. Because I know a lot of the feedback we get is like, you think you're clicking on the council agenda, then you click again, and then you click again, and you're like, I thought I clicked it. But my comments I have two unrelated. Mr. Teague just walked out, but I would just say as you go into community conversations, make sure to consult with the Commission for Persons with Disabilities to make sure the adaptive technologies are all integrated and fully functional. I know at the e-commerce company where I work, only some pages work well with adaptive technologies and others don't, and so avoid those pitfalls.
Absolutely.
And then the second question I had, I was catching that the beautiful photo you had from Gibson Play Plaza with the two children and the bubbles behind, and it's a great photo, but it did have me wondering about personal privacy, and I wonder if people who are very closely pictured, not in an overhead aerial shot of a park, but ones like that where they could be identified, will they sort of be asked for specific consent?
Okay. When we do pictures at events like that and we do a very closely focused, we do get a photo release form. And in this case, I think there's a few things we say where we're using them. We would talk about using it on the front page of the website. Yes.
Councilmember Patton and I are kind of tracking because my comment was about the persons with disabilities as well, and making sure the website was functional. And I know there have been some questions about not just the website, but folks submitting applications for jobs and all those other things that there have been some challenges with that in the past. So,
Councilor Jones.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. A question I have is about translation. Do we have this in multiple languages and it's easy accessible? Can you walk me through that again? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Can I show you the live website? There is, let's see, in the very top corner of our current website, there is you have the ability to click on an icon and it will do a translation for you. RaleighNC.gov. This is an app called Userway, and this is it right here, and you click on that. Maybe. Okay. You can come over here and translate your language. You can make it more accessible over here. In some cases, this is just larger text, but there are a number of things that this will help you deal with. And then if you want to make your own changes, you can make them right here with some buttons. So that is already in effect on our current website and will transfer to the new website.
Very cool.
It's pretty awesome.
Yes, it is. I do want to take you up on your offer. I would love to sit down and just walk through it, especially the city council page and what that looks like. What are we saying? Are we telling people about our strategic plan, that we're following, things like that? We don't need to bore each other with everyone knows that now, but I'd love to review that with you just to make sure that we're teaching and showing residents the work that we're doing. So thanks so much for your work.
Sure.
All right. I want to say finally, I love the photography. So kudos to all the photographers who took these shots. It really, Raleigh has a lot of beautiful spots, and you have captured them. And I love that it's a much more visual website that will be coming. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next item is our 2025 Community Climate Action Plan Implementation Report, which we call CCAP, Councilman Silver, but I did say the long words. We have Megan Anderson from the Office of Sustainability here to present this item.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Great to be here today. We are so excited to be presenting our 2025 Annual Climate Action Plan on behalf of our staff and the many partners across the community. So we have a lot to cover. I'm going to jump right in. So I wanted to start by saying a big thank you to the team, our many department partners, and our many community partners whom we couldn't do this work without. The sustainability team, please give a big wave. This work is most definitely a group effort, and I'm honored and grateful to represent our great team today. Thank you so much for all the hard work. I've also been reflecting this past year as we're living in a time of great change. People in collaboration have always been the center of our sustainability work, and in times of great change, there is no clear demonstration of why that really matters. If there's anything we learn in this work, it's that people in Raleigh show up for each other and the things that they care about. Thank you to all the partners for continuing to show up to this work, and to you, City Council, for your important leadership. The room is full of partners today that are leading many of the programs you'll hear about. We won't have time to recognize all of them today, but you'll hear me call out partnerships throughout the presentation. Here's our agenda. I'll give you some brief CCAP background, then we'll fly through a lot of highlights from our 2025 Climate Implementation Report, then I'll share a few highlights coming soon. No action is requested today, but we'll welcome any questions or feedback the council has. And I ask if you hold your questions until the end, and I know you have a long agenda today, so in the interest of time, we'll be taking notes, and if you let us know what your questions and interests are, we'll work with our partners to follow back up with you, as we might not have time today to go through all of them. So as you can see, Raleigh has a long history of taking climate action. These are just a few examples of staff and council-initiated actions taken over the years. And the city has a long history before this time focused on environmental stewardship and social advancement, which continues to carry forward today. As a quick reminder, our climate plan is designed to have the highest impact possible. The city and community can be very proud. We have one of the first community-wide climate plans in the country whose objectives focus not only on greenhouse gas reduction, but just as important, addressing social, community, and health impacts and building community resilience to the impacts of climate change. Strategies are broken into categories designed to have the highest impact in all those objective areas, and we'll highlight those strategy categories throughout the presentation today. This slide is probably the most important in the whole presentation. The reason we are all here is to make our community a better place for all people and for the generations to come. The consequences of climate change are growing. We are experiencing longer and more extreme weather patterns that are causing issues for people, wildlife, and infrastructure, and more. And most of all, there are social, health, and economic impacts of climate change, and the consequences are felt unevenly across our community. Unfortunately, those that contribute the least to greenhouse gas emissions are typically those that feel the consequences more strongly here in Raleigh and across the world. Climate change isn't just about weather changes, it's about other issues that affect people's lives, like access to transportation, affordability, health, jobs, and the economy, energy burden, and many other quality of life issues. There is also a history of disinvestment in some communities. In Raleigh, we see that low-income people, people living in low-lying floodplains, people that need repairs on their homes, people that work outside, or the very young or the very old, and people with health problems, and communities of color are all more impacted by climate change and other social impacts. That is why it's so important that our climate change strategies focus on making sure that everyone is included in the designs and solutions. I'm very proud of Raleigh and our team for making this a constant priority in all the work that we do. I know this is also a very high value for the City Council as well, so thank you for your leadership on this, and you'll see a ton of examples in our initiatives today that are designed so that we can bring everyone in our community up together. Council passed a greenhouse gas reduction goal that we've been working towards, an 80% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions community-wide by 2050. As is common around most cities, energy use in buildings and transportation are the largest contributors. This next slide will share more about that. So how are we doing on greenhouse gas reductions? We've just updated our inventory in 2024, and overall we've had some good news. Raleigh reduced community greenhouse gas emissions below 2007 levels despite significant population growth. This was a 21% reduction per person. Specifically in our high impact categories, we reduced 26% for buildings and energy, 8% for waste, and increased 8% for transportation. This graph shows the recent available data for a set of cities that are similar to Raleigh in terms of population, location, or both. You'll be happy to see that we are beating Charlotte and some of our southeastern cities with lower greenhouse gas emissions, though we are a bit higher in emissions than denser, more walkable cities such as Boston and Portland. So although we have positive momentum, we still have a lot of work to do to continue to reduce our emissions. Now on to our annual report highlights. This is a very small snapshot of the many initiatives happening across Raleigh. There are thousands of other examples and updates in our 2025 CCAP implementation report, which is hot off the presses and live on the website today for you and the community to take a look at. I won't be talking through all the projects and stats on each slide. Rather, I'm just going to tell you a quick story of a few examples, and you can let me know what else you want to hear more about. First, we'll jump into our high impact area of buildings and energy, which is close to half of our emissions. This includes strategies to reduce the energy used in our buildings, support the transition to a cleaner energy supply, and increase access to cleaner technologies like solar. An important focus of this work is creating opportunities for those in our community who can benefit the most from access to clean energy and reduce energy burden when people pay over 30% of their income for utilities, which is on the rise. We have several initiatives with housing and community development, partnering on sustainability and clean energy for affordable housing. We continue to build on these opportunities, including our System Vision program that has built almost 600 homes in Raleigh with best practice energy efficiency designs, and also training for both the residents and the contractors, including guaranteeing residents low-cost energy bills for the first 2 years they're in their home. We're talking in the $20 to $30 range per month for heating and cooling. The city also continues to support projects that increase access for the community to solar through programs like Solarize the Triangle, which broke national records for community participation, and we rolled out the first of its kind low-income solar rebate program. Here's some good news about solar growth. We have seen an over 700% increase over the past 10 years. As of February 2024, Raleigh has almost 500 buildings with rooftop solar alone. Raleigh continues to add to our portfolio of solar and clean energy at our city facilities, adding 3 new large installations this past year in partnership with Engineering Services, Facility Services Division, Parks, and many other departments. Our solar strategy focuses not only on greenhouse gas reductions and energy savings, but also community impact and education, among many other criteria. Here are just a few innovative highlights of projects that promote clean and renewable energy. The Housing and Community Development and Community Engagement departments rolled out an electric tool share program. Not only does this program promote reducing greenhouse gas emissions, noise pollution, and dependence on fossil fuels, it also gives community members access to clean energy to try out new equipment they may not otherwise have access to. I'd also be remiss to not mention that Raleigh Bioenergy Recovery Project, spearheaded by Raleigh Water, Transportation, and in partnership with Sustainability, was first a crazy moonshot idea we had in Raleigh's first ever Climate Energy Action Plan over 12 years ago. Thanks to a lot of hard work and innovation by many staff, we're leading across the country and using the city's wastewater to fuel our buses with renewable fuel. Council and the public will be hearing a lot more about that project soon. As mentioned, transportation and land use is now our largest greenhouse gas emissions category. High impact areas of action within this category include reducing vehicle miles traveled and strategies to make folks feel safer and more comfortable to walk and bike and ride the bus, adopting cleaner vehicles and fleet by promoting EV infrastructure and other innovations, and various opportunities to evaluate efficient land use levers for high impact change. As Council is aware, we have many initiatives that help get people out of their cars and reduce vehicle miles traveled, including an exciting pilot on e-bikes that Sustainability has been partnering closely with Transportation on. Our pilot design was leading across the country and providing vouchers to those in our community who need it most. The numbers show that the rate of redemption for the income-qualified vouchers is very high at 86%. There have been some exciting studies coming out about how e-bike trips can replace car trips and even for some, replace the need for a car altogether, or to provide opportunities to people that do not have access to a car. In addition, Transportation continues to pilot and roll out new mobility options for riders like bike share and scooters with millions of trips being logged. And Transportation is leading active mobility plans which have some innovative approaches to continue to create opportunities to get people out of their cars. The city continues to lead the way in transportation electrification. Sustainability partners very closely with our engineering services, fleet management, operations division, budget and finance, and all the service-oriented departments on innovative ways to tackle this work. For our own fleet, we have big goals to transition our fleet to electric and clean fuels in the next 10 years. And at the same time, how does the city continue to support the growth and access to clean transportation in the community? Raleigh is leading the way with a 400% increase in EV accessibility in the community over the past 12 years. As you can see here, we're winning national awards and setting the standards across North Carolina and beyond. You might also be seeing more pictures like this one of our very own Police Chief Rico Boyce and his team. They and many departments have had growing fleets of electric equipment and vehicles as well. Land use is a very complex and important topic as a climate action lever. Sustainability works really closely with our friends in planning, transportation, parks, stormwater, and more on several initiatives. These initiatives make walking and transit more feasible and lessens the need to drive everywhere. We're focused on access for residents and to make those options safer and more enjoyable. We also continue to grapple with trade-offs in a growing city like Raleigh. How do we maintain the quality of life and character while also promoting density, access, walkability, and important aspects like energy efficiency as housing pressures continue to increase? We continue to work with the community to find that balance between growth, development, and quality of life. Our last but certainly not least category is resilience and cross-cutting strategies. This includes waste reduction and efficiencies, preservation of green space, and expanding green infrastructure, building community resilience, in particular with our two largest climate impacts of heat and flooding, and our cross-cutting strategies, including those that should be embedded throughout all actions and strategies that we take. Those include social and health impacts, funding and financing, outreach and education, innovation pilots, and new technologies. For innovation and waste reduction, the city completed its first full year in our collaboration with the Great Raleigh Cleanup and Place at the Table on the Workforce Program to support people experiencing homelessness on beautification projects around the city. Not only was this a hugely impactful to our community at large, we have been collecting many stories from our partners on how much of a difference this is making in the people's lives that participate in the program. Over 16 city departments have been involved, and staff continues to explore options for further supporting this important work. As you all know, we are also working very closely with our solid waste and transportation departments on some large initiatives related to yard waste, leaf collection, and composting. City Council has been very supportive of these initiatives, and you'll continue to get updates from us in the coming months on strategies to continue to reduce waste. Also, if you haven't tried the Yard Waste Center's organic compost, it's certified organic and it's really popular. Sustainability also partners very closely with our stormwater division and community partners on various projects to improve community resilience. Raleigh leads the way in the Southeast and beyond on programs that focus on social impact and community empowerment. This includes our programs to empower the local community around our top climate impacts of heat and flooding, as well as engaging around disaster preparedness through our Ready Raleigh Emergency Preparedness Guide in partnership with Emergency Management. Engaging with the community on resilience topics through the Reflecting Raleigh Comprehensive Plan updates with planning. The city also leads the way in several initiatives to support green space, pollinator habitat, and food security. Many of these partnerships with the Parks Department leading the way include expanding street trees where they are needed the most and to address urban heat, food security, summer feeding programs, and innovative community garden partnerships. The city also continues to be an important habitat for both people and pollinators, supporting green space strategically in urban environments through biophilic cities, Bee City USA, and Monarch Way Stations. For funding, innovation, pilots, and education, we have had record-breaking nominations for our environmental awards the past several years and a very popular Earth Day celebration with over 2,000 attendees. Here you see just a few examples of departmental collaborations that were also recognized alongside the community. We've also continued to find creative ways to tackle funding and resource challenges for climate action for both the community and the city departments. So here are some future highlights. There are a lot more community partnerships and programs coming that you'll be hearing about soon. Staff continues to partner with the community to identify climate actions that cultivate health, access, resilience, and environmental, economic, and social advancement. We're also building on the success of our programs and moving them to the next level with the upcoming Electrify the Triangle, Resilience Hubs, and Resilience Homes pilots, and we continue to empower our local community members to lead their neighborhoods and solutions to our largest climate impacts. We also continue to build on our high-impact areas of work and come up with new innovative approaches in partnership with departments and community partners, such as access to clean energy, solar, EVs, and more. So that was a little bit of a marathon sprint. With that, I hope you can see that the theme here today is that the work is all about people and collaboration, and people show up. I wanted to say a big thank you again to all of our many partners, all the city departments, to my team, to you, City Council, for your leadership, and most of all, to the community. I'm ending here with an example of one of the many storytelling opportunities we've been working on with the communications department as one of our partners. So this video is linked in your agenda if you want to go ahead and watch that as well. So with that, would love to hear any questions you have, and we'll take some notes back and get back to you if we don't have time for all of them today.
Awesome. Thank you for that update. All right, we'll start down here with Councilor Harrison.
All right, thank you so much, Megan. Always excited to hear your updates. Couple questions. On city solar, I'm curious, could you tell us more about when the investment makes sense for our own city facilities? I'm just curious how we make those decisions. Also curious, as federal subsidies are removed, will we still be able to make those investments? Will it still be cost effective? And I know you mentioned expanding Solarize the Triangle, which I love. How will we do that with some of these federal subsidies being removed? Where do you see that going?
Briefly, I'll just say there's a lot of ARPA funding that went into some of these that you just saw, and we do have some CIP funding right now, and we do have a strategy that was mentioned that helps us get through what that looks like to weigh those many opportunities. And the electrified to triangle that you heard about is something we're working on with those partners as well to figure out. And as that comes out, we can get you more information about that. We're still trying to work with, Solarize had 12 local governments and other organizations, and it's a lot of herding cats to figure out what this new one is going to look like.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm also curious, when will food composting start? And is there a program impact assessment for the e-bike pilot program?
Those are great. We'll get back with staff on those for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just a shout out, I've got to say, always thank you to the Great Raleigh Cleanup.
Yeah.
I see them around town. I run into them doing amazing work, and I cannot thank them enough.
Thank you. Yeah, Preston and his team are awesome.
Councilor Silver.
Well, this is more happier news. I had shared earlier that I was here for Rivertown, and that was an interesting memory. This is a great memory. I was actually here when the City of Raleigh started the Office of Sustainability, and so it's been roughly, I think, as close to your 20th anniversary. We have to look back, but to see the evolution of how the program has grown and the impact it had on Raleigh, just want to thank you and the entire team and all those over the past 20 years of really putting Raleigh on the map of being a leader. So I just want to commend you for that. And another point is, at the time we were about to start the comprehensive plan, we made a decision not just to have a standalone plan, but to embed it in all of the different aspects of city departments. And it's very proud to see, again, the evolution. I had a question, and I was going to bring it up, but then you had on your slide about street trees. I'm very gratified that over 1,000 street trees were planted. You know, I would like to explore further on the type of trees that are planted. Some are quite small canopy, and while we're planting trees, I would certainly encourage to look at the standards to see how we can actually provide trees that offer shade. These small trees, you know, I'm a hero in my HOA. We had a new subdivision. Trees were planted. Some of them were underperforming. Recommended a new type of tree, which are planted similar to what's on Fayetteville Street. And the trees within 1 year are now 3 times the size of the original trees planted by the builder. And so I am a hero in my neighborhood because now these trees actually provide shade versus being a tree, quote unquote, that is really not, I don't think, the right species. So I just want to make sure the number's impressive, but to really cool those neighborhoods, I would certainly want it an X generation. It's really not you, but I'm going to shout out to the Parks Department to really take a hard look at some of our street tree standards. When I was in New York, we had a similar program. It was called Cool NYC, and really focused on those streets that were experiencing excessive heat in neighborhoods. But we made sure these were large canopies that really provide the shade and the benefit, as well as absorbing carbon dioxide, is kind of a win-win. So kudos for planting 1,000 trees. Want us to go the next level further. Not you, but I'm sure the Parks Department is listening and they'll follow up. But enjoy the entire presentation and just enjoy how this is not just internal to the city departments, but our external partners are also on board. So thank you.
Councilor Patton.
Hi. Always good to hear from you. Always good to get a little invigoration that we're making progress on our climate initiatives. Sometimes if you listen to the broader global context, it feels very defeating. So this is a motivating presentation. Plus one on the Great Raleigh Cleanup, plus one on food waste pilot program. Can you remind me, are the poo-powered buses on the road and running yet or not yet?
So I would have to have Raleigh Water clarify. We already have the buses we're going to be using, and I believe they have started now. Erica is confirming. She can come up and tell you a little more.
Poo-powered buses are on the road. Great. The official marketing term.
Good afternoon, Raleigh Water. Erica Bailey with Raleigh Water. And we started producing renewable natural gas, getting over to our buses in June, and July was kind of our first full month.
Perfect. Awesome. Excellent. Plus one on that also. I guess my feedback as we sort of go forward is just to you in collaboration with all the departments to continue to look for ways we can force multiply, particularly by maybe shifting some of the ways we've always done things. I think, for instance, I know that we have a lot of residents interested in invasive species removal, and they have a lot of creative ideas on how to do more of that beyond staff's current capacity. And I think we're just always going to have a bigger city than we have staff capacity to cover some of those things. So what can we release a little bit of our control or what can we find new and innovative ways to accept services as gifts? And then conversely, instead of planting bigger trees, I have also heard that if we accepted some smaller trees, they would be cheaper and we could maybe do more of them, understanding there's a push and pull, a tree that's too small might look like a stick and get stepped on in a park, but also trees are expensive. And so maybe in some scenarios, accepting a smaller tree to meet the standard would actually allow us to have more trees overall. So just sort of a push for innovation so that we can further our capacity particularly by activating our residents who are really passionate about this stuff.
Thank you. Those two groups work really closely together, with the urban foresters and the folks that work on that too, and we've been having a lot of good conversations. I think that's a great point.
Thanks. Okay.
I have a question about our e-bike pilot program, and this may be for our budget department, but when can we move it beyond pilot? Could we make it a permanent program, and then what does that look like for funding? It's one of the more popular things I think we've done since I've been on the city council, and I would like to establish a consistent funding stream and a sense of permanency. And that doesn't have to be answered today, but I just wanted to push that. And certainly if we can continue to expand it, I think that would be great. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight was, it was pretty eye-opening to me when this work came to the council table once I joined about how transportation and land use are the two highest contributing factors of greenhouse gas emissions in the city. And we talk a lot about what we cannot do due to state laws and not having authority, but we absolutely have authority over land use and transportation. And I think that is an important lens to remember when we're considering things like our missing middle housing policy or rezoning projects, or when we're rolling out our new e-bike shares and the scooters. And I know folks sometimes get frustrated when the scooters are on the sidewalk, and they shouldn't be on the sidewalk, and we're working with our micromobility providers. But the net positive of getting folks out of their cars, providing safe options, more bike lanes, more alternatives, it reduces traffic, it reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Building denser infill neighborhoods prevents sprawl, which prevents greenfield development, which keeps more trees, mature trees, and keeps people closer to what they need, so we're not having people in their cars for as long. So I think it's always important when we talk about these policy issues, particularly when they can be a hot button item in the community, that there is a climate action lens as well. And so whatever your office can continue to do to highlight that narrative, I think it's really helpful for us and for the community.
Thank you. Our team worked really closely with transportation and planning on the pedestrian passages work that you just recently passed. And so we'll continue to look at those opportunities together.
Just a quick question. Is there still a waiting list for the e-bike thing?
Yeah, and I can get with our transportation folks to get more details, but we are continuing to put out the vouchers, and then a lot of them are being taken up, but then there's some that just haven't been, and so they're putting them back out, and we did get a second part of funding, and so we're still working through a second allotment of funding as well in the current moment. So we're good, but then hearing Councilmember Lambert Melton, we can think about what comes after that as well.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Megan.
Thank
and
you.
2 quick points. In the essence of time, we'll move swiftly. One, like to acknowledge our amazing staff for the work they did this past weekend at our 2nd annual Engage Raleigh Expo. They didn't know I was going to do this. However, under the leadership of Taisha Mosley, we had 90 exhibitors at the McKimmon Center on Saturday, and this year's theme was Many Generations, One Community, Many Generations, and we talked about the vital link from everybody in our community, from the youth to the elder in the community. We had 90 exhibitors, 20 city departments. So if you or your department were represented, please raise your hand, because I know it was an extra show up on a Saturday, engage. And our staff do it all the time without even asking. And so we had about 300 people come out and participate. So we just wanted to give that shout out to staff and the Department of Community Engagement. And then lastly, this is for the community. We were notified last week from FEMA, more specifically Homeland Security, that as a result of some of the actions and the investments that we've made here in the city of Raleigh, all of our homeowners who have a flood insurance program beginning October 1 will start receiving a 25% premium discount because we have been rated as a level 5 community. So hats off to Stormwater, Raleigh Water, all of our utilities who are working around the clock day in and day out to make sure that we're not only investing in the infrastructure, that we're investing in our people. And as a result, our property owners with flood insurance will get a 25% discount starting next month. So that's actually pretty doggone good. And actually, that's one of the things we're really proud about this month too. So a lot of good stuff going on. So we can give a shout out to Stormwater, Raleigh Water, all the folks that work in the utilities. And I promise that's it, as the mayor's looking over here at me like, please stop. I promise that is it.
Okay. Next, we've got the report and recommendation of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission, and we have Tanya Tully and Rob Allen.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am not Tanya Tully, but I'm here as her substitute. I'm Colette Canane with Planning and Development. I am joined by Rob Allen, who's the chair of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. We are here today to present you the Commission's annual report and work plan. Rob will have a brief presentation for you, after which we will be present for any questions you might have, and then we ask that you please approve the work plan.
Thank you, Colette. Good afternoon. Nice to see you all, Mayor and members of Council. Thanks for having me. I'm Rob Allen, as Colette said. I'm current chair of Raleigh Historic Development Commission, and I'm here to go over our annual report and work plan. As you may know, our HDC is made up of 12 council-appointed commissioners. We're supported by 3 city staff members and have a council liaison with Councilor Jones, so thank you for your support. Always appreciate seeing you at our meetings. The following slides have a few details about the work our commission completed this year and our upcoming work proposed for fiscal year 2026. So fiscal year 2025, just looking back at that, we saw more than 150 certificates of appropriateness decided on. So 109 of those were administratively approved by staff. 41 were decided in our quasi-judicial hearings at the monthly COA meetings. And we've seen 2 new Raleigh Historic Landmarks designated. Our research and community awareness committees made a lot of progress. RHDC's research committee hosted a 2-part series of events to build relationships with pastors of Black churches and share information about the National Trust for Historic Preservation's Preserving Black Churches grant program. Throughout the project, the RHDC engaged with over 90 participants from more than 20 churches throughout Raleigh. So very good turnout there. Our Community Awareness Committee hosted the 2nd annual Raleigh Historic Bike Ride and partnered with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission on an event. Back in May, the event was a public ride on a Saturday morning. It was 4 miles through downtown and featured more than 40 members of the public on bikes. Riders were able to visit and learn about 6 important sites highlighted in the recently completed LGBTQIA+ Historic Context Project, which was completed by RHDC a few years ago. So it's pretty cool to tie those together from one year to the next. So moving forward, looking ahead to fiscal year 2026, our primary initiatives include presenting landmark plaques at the Sir Walter Raleigh Awards, which, shameless plug, is tomorrow night at Dix Park, in the chapel, beginning at 6 p.m. And we're also planning to continue our historic bike ride next May of 2026, and we'll have a new theme to go with the work aligned with next year. In addition to the routine work, like certificates of appropriateness and historic landmark applications, our primary goals for fiscal year 2026 include design standards updates through the spring of 2026. That's going to involve an external consultant to assist us with updating our design standards, formally design guidelines, and then coordination with staff on a preservation plan through the summer of 2027. So again, we are presenting our annual report for information, but we do request your approval on our annual work plan and be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Allen? Yes, Councilor Silver.
No question, I have a compliment. And I want to make sure all the boards and commissions don't take this the wrong way, but I just want to commend both the planning staff that supports the RHDC, you and the commission. This is a concise, focused, intentional, and very doable work plan. It was 4 pages, but that includes a title page and an acknowledgements page. And so just to look at the education and outreach, your major projects, that I just want to thank you for a very well put together work plan that really builds you for success for the following year. I get it, the programs were great, and just you found the right balance, knowing that you do have, as a commission, your role's a little bit different than other commissions because you have a statutory obligation. But I just want to express my appreciation to the commission for a very focused and well-done work plan. When the time comes, I would be, well, we have a liaison, so I'll let her move for approval. But I just want to express my appreciation, both to you and the commission.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I just want to highlight some things that you did a wonderful job, as Councilor Silver said, in your work plan, but things that I experienced. I get to sit here and watch you guys, and I love how when you get public comments, you turn those into actions, and you do it right there. And I am immensely proud of not only this work, but the direct work that you do with the community that comes to in front of you. So continue being amazing. I enjoy being there and supporting you, and look forward to for the next year. So at the right time, I would like to move for approval of the Historic Development Commission's work plan.
Second.
And then I'll just add to the compliments that I thought the LGBTQ plus history was just incredible work. I mean, it was so I read the whole thing, just seeing all those landmarks and the level of detail and historical accuracy, and then the fact that you did a bicycle tour through that area. So just compliment you on the quality and level of work that y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Okay, next we have matters scheduled for public hearing, and we have Bryce Abernathy with public nuisance abatement property liens.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Community Development, Code Enforcement Division. Bringing you 10 properties today where nuisance abatements were completed. All of those are resulting in a lien that I'm going to ask you to adopt today. 3305 Barker Place, it was just high grass and pretty large limbs all over the lot. No compliance by the owner to take care of that. 605 Bragg Street, which is a property you're probably familiar with at this point. This was just observation from staff in the area to address that with the public nuisance notice of violation. Obviously, the ownership did not take care of that. 700 Cooper, another nuisance abatement, trash and debris, household items kind of scattered throughout. We do actually have a housing case on this particular property also that we're working through at the moment. A housing case? Right, just for minimum housing issues. And this is the second abatement that we've completed on this property, a total of about $1,600. 1909 Crawford, again, just a pile of debris up against the house and limbs, some high grass. 1112 Dickens was limbs and high grass. 5311 Dillard, which was a pretty large pile of just household furniture and items in the backyard. This case these items were in the side yard, and I think they were moved to the backyard to try to kind of avoid us dealing with it. The owner did reach out to me this morning and asked if council would be willing to push this to maybe possibly the October 21st meeting. I told him I would relay that information. But I'll leave that up to council.
Was this a complaint that was called in by a neighbor or something?
It was.
Okay.
1908 Hadley, more household items and junk kind of scattered throughout the front of the property. 615 Newbern Avenue, high grass. 4105 Reddington was high grass. And these were all complaints, by the way. And 2125 Star Sapphire, which was high grass and some building materials kind of stacked up in the front yard.
All right.
Well, going back to the Dillard Drive one, I'd be willing to give them 2 weeks if they reached out to you and they're trying to make some effort to get it. I'm sorry?
I thought it was that Dillard or was that Hadley?
It was 5311 Dillard where the owner reached out to me this morning.
And do they want a month or 2 weeks?
It's a month, right, to the
Right,
21st.
just October
Oh,
21st.
of October.
And I asked him what his, basis on that, and he was upset about, he thinks the neighbor called in, he was upset about that.
As long as he cleans it up, I mean.
It is.
We already cleaned it
It's
up.
already cleaned up.
Okay.
We've cleaned it up, and there's a.
So what does he want the month for?
To pay-
That's what I was trying to
pay
get
the
from
fee,
him this
right?
morning, I
If he-
guess.
So he might be waiting on a paycheck.
Say that again?
He might be waiting on a paycheck.
Yeah. Okay. Well, whatever. Just
I didn't get into that kind of
the
conversation.
fact that he contacted you is probably better than everybody else on this list. So.
I'll second that.
I think we have to close the hearing first, right?
Yeah. We don't have anyone signed up for any of these, but I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and then close the public hearing. So now we had a motion and a second on 5311 Dillard Drive to allow him to defer payment till October 21st.
Well, no, I think it's hold it at the table.
Hold it at the
until
table, okay,
21st.
until October 21st. Thank you for the clarification. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Right.
Move to approve the remainder.
Okay.
Second.
Yep. Any other discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have petition annexation AX 1025, which is 13120 Strickland Road.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. First of several annexations you'll have before you today. This first one, AX 1025. So this is about 16.25 acres. It's zoned R10 conditional use. It's in the Falls watershed, non-critical area. The owner is looking to build 152 apartment units, affordable, 80% AMI. There's water and sewer adjacent to the site, as you'll see. You can see the site there with the site location. It's just south of the outer Beltline at 540. If you see the zoom out, it's a little clearer there that it's just parallel to or just adjacent to the Beltway. In terms of being eligible for annexation, obviously, if it's here, it is. This zoom out map of the city shows exactly where that is. That map looks familiar from earlier today. So that's at the north end of the city. If you look at the utility location, you can see that there's water in Strickland Road, and there's sewer just to the west in the northern portion of that in Saxon Way, which is right around that area. So moving through there, we go to, you can see the zoning, which we talked about very briefly. The future land use map showing that area is for moderate scale residential. There's a current site plan in review on this. And if you see the site topography, there's no floodplain associated with that. You can see that it is in a watershed, though non-critical. You can see that blue area representing the watershed. The site location, you can see that area is currently treed. Here's some areas that are already developed to suburban intensities. You can see the site here, which is currently treed, and some more views of that site. If it is annexed into the city today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District E, and I can answer any questions you might have today. Yes.
Questions for Mr. Golden?
I don't have a question, but I definitely want to be transparent as we discuss this. This was a case that we approved last year, but as we're delving into the annexations and kind of what we talked about earlier and in previous, I just want to be clear and transparent about my vote because this does have a negative fiscal impact over 10 years. And if you've been watching, that's been something that I've brought up consistently. So I definitely want to tell you exactly why I will be voting for this, even though it does have that negative impact. And for me, the benefit to the community is the affordable housing, as well as the saving of 10 acres in the critical mass watershed in Durham, which was a condition on the case that we approved a year ago, and that will protect our drinking water. So their promises and commitment to the public good is the goal. And this is where we have to meet development in the middle. We are agreeing to partner and prioritize efforts aimed at mitigating the financial impact so that we know about today, will become an issue in the future. So I'm confident that our staff is ready to work with them and us to find those solutions. And so I'm going to be voting, and when the moment is right, I'd be excited to motion this forward.
Okay. Other questions or comments? There is no one signed up for the public hearing, but I will open the public hearing and close the public hearing. All right, so now do we have a motion or further conversation?
I move to approve petition annexation AX 1025.
Second.
All right, all in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Got it. All right, next we've got petition annexation AX 1725.
Thank you. So this is also nearby in Strickland Road, 12801 Strickland Road, zoned R4. The petitioner is planning to construct 33 townhouses on this. There was a subdivision approved back in 2024. It is surrounded by some residential areas, and there's water in Strickland Road and sewer approximately 150 feet to the south. So go through the slides very quickly on this.
You can see the site location there. It is bordered by city limits on 3 sides. And you can see in that area of eligibility, it's that green area to the north where you see the gold star, just south of the outer belt line on 540. You can see the zoom out there, also surrounded by quite a bit of city limits in that area. And you can see here on the zoom in for utility location, you can see from the blue line and to the north, that's Strickland Road. You can see that water running through there, and you can see some sewer in there as well towards the south. The zoning of this, as I mentioned before, is R4. Future land use for this is low-scale residential in conjunction with some of the low-scale residential around it. You can see the site the site topography and floodplain. There's none indicated, and currently that parcel is treed. It's 5.29 acres. It is a non-critical watershed in the Falls Lake, which I think I mentioned before, and you can see the approved subdivision plan on that. If it's brought into the city today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District E. I know that the petitioner did not sign up to speak today, but they are here to answer any questions if you have them, and I can answer any questions that you have as well.
Okay. Questions for Mr. Golden? All right, I will, open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Any motion or discussion?
I just want to say this one does have a negative. I'm wondering how maybe I'm not sure if this, because we closed the hearing, if the petitioner can speak to this or if you can help me. What are we doing to plan for that in the future? Or is this something that, in your opinion, because it's already been approved and it's within what you talked about earlier, that you're not concerned with?
Yeah, the subdivision has been approved. This is in an area where it's trying to find the right wording for this. This is an area that we're committed to serve because that is inside the ETJ. It's fairly deep into the ETJ. I will say, as we fill in those areas that are unincorporated urban pockets or those areas where you see kind of that jagged border, as we fill in those areas, they do over the long run become more cost effective to serve. There will be some areas that might show a negative, but as those, that does mitigate as those areas fill in.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So for me, thank you for that. At the appropriate moment, I'd be willing to motion this forward for approval for petition annexation AX 1725.
I think now's a good moment. There we go. Second from Councilor. I already opened and closed.
Oh, she closed it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot that you closed it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, thank you. And then next we have AX 19, 8000 Ray Road. We do have one individual signed up for that one.
Right, thank you. So 8000 Ray Road, it's a smaller parcel, AX 1925. It's 0.996 acres. The petitioner would like to build 4 detached single-unit homes on this property. There is a site plan that's currently in review on this property. Of note, there is an outstanding assessment on this property of $2,194. That's for water infrastructure. That assessment's been on that property in the area for quite some time. It does become payable immediately upon annexation. Going through the slide here, you can see the site location at the corner of Ray Road and Broad Street. The zoom out, you can see that's in an area just to the north of Lake Lynn, in an area of single-family homes that are in the city and some that are not in the city. Some of those older large lot subdivisions that are outside of the city that were developed throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s. You can see in terms of annexation eligibility, it's in a similar area to the other two. But on the south end of that area of eligibility. And you can see the zoning here is R4, just across from an R10 conditional use rezoning. Future land use map on that shows the area is low-scale residential, which the plans for this property conform with that. And you can see the utility location there with that blue line showing water and Ray Road, and also sewer along Strickland directly to the property line. If it's brought into the city district, the city today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District A, and just showing the site topography and floodplain. There's no floodplain indicated. It's slightly sloping lot, but no main topography issues there. And you can see there's a single-family home on the property now, which will eventually be demolished, and 4 homes will go in its place. And you can see the view there, the street view, and the site there indicated by the red arrow. If you have any questions today, I can hopefully answer those for you. And I think you mentioned that there is the property owners here to speak as well.
Yep. Okay, questions? Not, I will open the hearing, and if Ryan Johnson is here and just wants to say anything.
Ma'am, just here to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Johnson? Okay, none, and we have nobody in opposition, so I'll go ahead and close that public hearing.
I move that we annex AX 1925, as stated here in the agenda packet.
Okay, if there's no other discussion, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay, and the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we've got AX 2225.
Okay, AX 2225, last minute withdrawal on that. The petitioner asked to withdraw that property, so no further action is required on that one today.
Okay. Then we have AX 2425.
Thank you. So this is the larger parcel of the annexations that we have today. This one's located at 7001 Destiny Drive, District B if it's annexed today. Residential R4, it's just under 50 acres, really 47.97 acres, so just under 48. We say here proposed use, but in reality, it has an existing use. There's an existing public charter school on this property. They are proposing a 5,700 square foot expansion, and there is a site plan review case on this right now in review, and they're looking to connect to water and sewer, which I'll show the location of that just shortly. That is in an unincorporated county pocket, as you'll see, which is bordered by Knightdale on one side and City of Raleigh on the other. If you look at the property here, you can see the site location. Different from the packets that you have, there is you can see the property to the south, which was just recently annexed on July 1st. In the packets, that map was made before that July 1st annexation, so there has been some fill-in in this area. You can see the site location on this view here, where you can see the school in the center of it, and it is pretty close to the river there and surrounded by a decent amount of woods. And then you have city-owned property just to the west, which is that Alvis Farm. And you can see the zoom out here. It's a little clearer that you can see Alvis Farm. You can see the newly annexed property to the south. The City of Raleigh limits all around, and the yellow just to the right on the east side of your slide is the town of Knightdale. Annexation eligibility, you can see that's firmly in that green area just to the west between Knightdale and the city limits of Raleigh. And you can see the utility location here. You see a blue line in Tar Heel Club Road just to the east or to the right of that outlined parcel. So that's where you've got your water, and you've got sewer that goes directly to the site in the very back towards the river on the left side. You can see the current zoning on that property is R4 residential, surrounded by some agricultural, which is areas of floodplain and areas of city park. And the future land use on this is rural residential. However, there is a school, and that's a permitted use in that area. You can see the site plane or the site topography and floodplain on this. Just really want to mix those up every time I say that. You can see that is actually, it's got some topography on it, obviously sloping down towards the river, but the site is pretty much out of that floodplain. You can see the site here photographed from the road and the entry monument to that school. And you can see the site from another angle here. That's pretty much all I've got on this one. Can answer any questions you might have. If it's brought into the city today, I think I did mention that it'd come into District B, but again, happy to answer any questions you have. So.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Golden? Nope, okay. There is no one signed up, but I will open the public hearing and close it.
Yeah, I know this is at the fringes, which we've been talking about a lot, but it's adjacent to a city park. It's inside the ETJ. They will not get traffic counts because they're industrial. I think this provides clarity on particularly emergency service provision. So I think with all that in mind, I'll move to adopt the annexation.
Second. No other discussion. All in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Ayes are unanimous. Okay, next we have AX 2625.
Thank you. Okay, this is the very last annexation on the agenda today. So AX 2625 on a street that would make many Star Wars fans happy on Andor Place. It is zoned residential 6, 0.65 acres. The owner is looking to put 3 duplexes on this property. So that's a total of 6 units. This is an area, it's part of the Skycrest subdivision, which was developed in the 1950s. We've seen some annexations and redevelopment on the site over the years with some market rate and some affordable housing on it as well. There's no development plan associated with this case, but they are planning to put those duplexes there. It's surrounded by a varied range of housing densities and housing types. It's located in an unincorporated county pocket, and there's water and sewer nearby in Skycrest, as you'll see. You can see the site location there, the 2 dots outlined. You can see some of the more infill projects to the left off of Elm Grove that have gone in, some townhomes where single-family homes were there previously. You can see the zoom out. You can clearly see that it's in an area that's surrounded by city limits on all sides. And if you look at the annexation eligibility map, it's pretty firmly within the area there, closer to the inner belt line. You can see the utility location here. There's utilities all the way around, mainly water, and then just in that Elm Grove newer development, you have some sewer that would eventually be extended to the site. Current zoning on that is R4. There's some R6 outside of that. Future land use on this is low-scale residential, and you can see the site plan on topography. The site plane, I do this again every time. Site topography and floodplain is what I'm trying to say. Thank you. Is very flat and no floodplain to be seen. You can see the site location there. You see that neighborhood is in transition. There were single-family homes on a lot of those sites. They are being developed for newer homes, and you can see the site there from the street view and the site there from another street view on Andor Place. If it's brought into the city today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District C. More than happy to answer any questions you might have on that. So,
Great, thank you. Any questions? Okay, there is no one signed up, but I will open the public hearing and close it.
I'm just grateful that we're closing on Donut Hole in the district, and I move for approval of this annexation of AZ 2625.
All right, all in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It's unanimous.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we've got Z 7022 8151 Glenwood Avenue, which we held open.
That's right. Good afternoon, Hannah Reckow, Planning and Development. So this item, rezoning Z7022, was opened at your last meeting. You held it open for additional discussion on the conditions. As you may remember, bulk of the conversation was on condition 6, which pertains to additional stormwater requirements. The applicant has made revisions to a subsection of that condition, subsection 4 or IV. The changes here are clarifications. There's addition of language that makes it very clear when the condition applies. So that specifically would be as long as there is an erosion control permit open and active, this condition would apply. So that may happen over multiple times over the life of the property, but it would not continuously apply. So happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, questions on the revision? And I have no one signed up here, but I will open the hearing and close the hearing.
I'm ready to make a motion. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 16, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Okay, and I realized I opened and closed. I should have just closed the hearing. So for the record, I had an extra tap. All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, so one in opposition. Thank you. Okay, next we have Z52, which is 1600, 1604, and 1610 Tryon Road.
Right. So this is a similar situation. You opened this hearing at your last meeting and held it open for the applicant to consider revised conditions, which they have done. They have made amendments to both part of the conditions. For the portion that applies to the portion that would be rezoned residential mixed use, they have added a 7th condition, which would require a buffer along the shared property boundary with the adjacent fraternity house. So it'd be at least 10 feet wide. There's certain planting requirements and some clarifications about what that means. The second amendment is to the conditions that pertain to the portion that would be rezoned R10. And so they've reduced the maximum number of dwelling units from 175 down to 125. So that's the update. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Questions for Ms. Reckel? No? Okay. And the session is open. We did have, we still have remaining Toby Coleman, Ryan Summerwill in support. I believe there's still 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock if y'all wanted to say anything additional.
And while we're doing that, is it possible that I can change my vote on previous case? Is that permitted, or once you vote, that's done? Excuse me?
You have to do a motion for reconsideration.
I'll wait till after this case.
All right. Good afternoon. Toby Coleman here with Smith Anderson on behalf of the applicant, Dominium, and the property owner, Raleigh Golf Association. As has been outlined, Hannah did a good job. We did make a couple of zoning changes. The main one, in addition to the buffer for the fraternity, the main one was to reduce the maximum number of units in this hook portion of the property from 175 to 125. That was in response to concerns from the Renaissance Park neighborhood about density adjacent to their property. And it brings the density for that area down to 5.7 units per acre, which is less than the 7.1 units an acre in Renaissance Park. With me today are, we've got a full team, including Ryan Summerwill with Dominium. I know that there have been some other concerns raised by neighbors in the Renaissance Park neighborhood regarding, I think, existing affordable housing development and some other issues that sort of go beyond the four corners of this rezoning. Happy to discuss any issues that you or questions that y'all may have, and also happy to discuss if there's any questions relating to access or any other issues that have been raised by neighbors.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Coleman? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Coleman, you and I have had some conversations. So there's a portion of this rezoning that Dominium is not actually going to be developing. Is that correct?
That's correct. The Hook property, which is in purple there on the screen, is not under contract by Dominium. Dominium, in contracting to purchase the blue section of the property for affordable housing, Dominium is a national affordable housing developer. They were contractually obligated to take the Hook portion of the property through rezoning by Raleigh Golf Association.
But if you remove that Hook portion, it would create a little bit more of a buffer between the neighborhood and the actual development that's being proposed, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so are your clients amenable to removing that portion that they're not actually going to develop from the rezoning case?
My clients have always been amenable to that. The main issue is Raleigh Golf Association amenable to that because they are the ones that we would have to amend that my clients would have to amend the contract with.
Is there anybody here from the association?
So Rob Griffin, who was representing the association, was here. Unfortunately, he had to leave for a commitment in Durham a little earlier. We have discussed it. We have discussed this issue multiple times with Raleigh Golf Association. We raised this issue again after some conversations over the last week. And I think what I can report is that, if we obviously would love for council to go ahead and vote this and approve this today, but if it is council's will that we take another look at that, we would be in a position to do that and get that done in time for the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay. We also had Gene Cobb was here for opposition, and he had, I don't know what he had left. It's 42 seconds left on the clock. It's already depleted? Okay, all right. Well, I guess we could, yeah. That's fine, yeah. I'm happy to give an additional minute.
My hearing aids have taken the occasion to fail me at the moment, so I beg you to bear with me. Again, I represent the Delta Sigma Phi fraternity. We appreciate the condition 7 being added, and we were very late finding out about it and had no input into it. So our Alumni Control Board met yesterday evening and talked through what we understood of condition 7, and we still have some. We find it hard to visualize how planting shade trees and shrubbery in that 10-foot protective buffer is going to provide an effective screening for our property. I have a written summary that I'll distribute.
Great, yeah, if you can put it in the basket. Thank you. Okay, so it is still open. I can go ahead and close.
What?
Go ahead and close the hearing.
I don't know, because my recommendation would be to allow more time for them to withdraw the portion of the development that's not, or the portion of the rezoning case that's not actually going to be developed to create an extra buffer for the neighbors. So I know Mr. Coleman indicated that they could have those conversations before we come back. So I don't know if you want to close the hearing or hold it open for the potential to remove that portion of the rezoning case, because they're not developing that portion. And so to me, it creates an additional buffer for the neighbors and may make it a little bit more palatable for them if we approve the rezoning.
Yep, I mean, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say I've got a number of comments and questions I want to ask for our staff. I'm fine with Councilmember Fort's suggestion. I don't know if, I get a little confused about whether we close or keep it open and all that. So,
should I keep it open during the questions to staff?
Yeah, I would recommend that, yeah.
So, Councilor Harrison, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, and so the first question is actually going to be to RPD, if we have someone here who can answer this. There have been a number of concerns raised about this case from neighbors, and I just want to address as many of those as I can. I think some of the issues that have been raised are just general concerns in the neighborhood and in the area, and then some are very specific to this rezoning case. So I just want to put that out there for council for our own deliberations. There are legitimate public safety concerns that have been raised in this area by residents and neighbors, and that's related to nuisance behavior, loitering, criminal activity. There is just an ongoing need for more officers on the ground and added capacity for RPD. Hi, Chief Boyce. And I just wonder if you could speak directly to what you know of in terms of public safety challenges in the area, and then what is the focus of RPD in terms of patrol and enforcement, anything that's relevant to this rezoning case or just in this neighborhood. And I'm talking about really what's east and west of Renaissance Park off of Tryon Road.
Okay, good afternoon. Rico Boyce, Chief of Police. This is an area here we've seen a lot of growth with new apartments and new residents coming in. The officers in the Southeast District, I just had a conversation that might have been forwarded to you that I had Captain Nieders look into it, as well as Acorns. We've seen a lot of folks come in begging in the median, so we're going to address that. But this area here has been one of our areas where we focused on. We've been doing it since I was the captain in the Southeast District or whatever, just a lot of growth, bringing people to the area. But based on our crime stats, we haven't seen a huge increase in crime in this area. More people in this area, obviously, the city's growing. But from a crime perspective, I have not seen that as the chief of police, as well as when I was the district commander. With that additional growth, like I say, just more people out. We're going to address this through ACORNs and through our community officers and make sure that we have a comprehensive approach in addressing any concerns. I've been in touch with a resident over there who's been making me aware of some things over there, juveniles, and that's why we enforce or encouraged that some of them join our summer camps to get them something to do. But I haven't seen this area where it's a hotbed for criminal activity. This is ongoing. Like say, we're going to address it. We have been addressing it. This was initially when we did some redistricting, this was in the Southwest District, and it got moved to the Southeast District. So with that move and with that shift, we're going to go in with community officers, get to know the community. Obviously, Renaissance Park, they're very great partners with us. They share a lot with us. We have that ongoing conversation. So we're going to continue. Like I say, I hear their concerns. We're addressing it. I don't think it's a lack of officers there. We're just going to, like say, just work with the community to address some of the concerns about loitering, more specifically right there at the Cookout, and the Taco Bell and the Auto Zone in that area, as well as that median strip right there. We got obviously a new ordinance coming through November 1st where we can take some enforcement action if we need to. But Acorns and Sergeant Horner and her team, they're going to get plugged in with Emila and her team and address some of those quality of life situations that we're seeing out there.
Thank you. And I want to just continue. I did have a great conversation with Captain Nieters about the area. And he had mentioned that, there is an existing LIHTC or affordable housing development nearby, and that there have been concerns raised by neighbors. But as far as I understand, there are no more issues coming from, the tenants of that apartment complex than, say, student housing or any other kind of multifamily or housing in our city. But what was told to me by Captain Nieters is that he had a conversation with property management there about ways to better secure the property from nuisance behavior or criminal behavior from people that are coming in and out of the neighborhood. And so he had mentioned perhaps the use of fencing, lighting, cameras, just to secure the area. Now, I have reached out to the property management team. I haven't heard back about whether they have done those, made those improvements. I don't know if you have any additional knowledge of that.
No, I saw the response that Captain Nieters provided, and basically a CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, was offered when he had that conversation with some of the residents. And I do believe so because that one apartment building, we didn't even have access to some of the foyer areas because they're interior type apartments. So that's one thing that came out of that conversation. But you're right, lighting, foliage, things like that around those buildings is something we're going to look at and the property owner is going to look at. But, dealing with the high level thing as far as crime, we don't see it there. We just see a lot of folks in an area that's experiencing a lot of growth. And we're working on it. And
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for everything y'all do in that area. I've got a couple more thoughts, but not relevant to police.
Okay, all right. Thank you all.
Chief Boyce. So just continuing with some of the concerns I've heard from neighbors, one of them is about distribution of affordable housing across the city. So this area, we have one existing low-income housing tax credit project. We have two that are in the works, one under construction, another planned, and then this would be another one. So part of my understanding of this is that we have qualified census tracts. There are certain criteria for where we can have affordable housing in the city. And I just want to get Emila's perspective, if you're here from Housing and Neighborhoods, about just a little bit about the criteria that allows affordable housing projects to get proposed and then recommended for funding, because I think there are some concerns by, I hear this in neighborhoods across the city where they say, hey, I can't have it here, but we can have it over there. Why?
Sure. Emila Sutton, Housing and Community Development. So low-income housing tax credit properties go through a scoring process at the state level, and then the city also has our own scoring process for funding. They are closely mirrored, and we're going to actually talk a lot more about that at the upcoming retreat. But it really has to do with where is it located in accordance with like amenities, bus stops, grocery stores, things like that. The other thing that really drives where housing is just where land is available and where a project is feasible. So that's a big part of it. I think something that is also relevant to this sort of conversation is just, in general, we know that affordable housing and specifically low-income housing tax credit properties, their impact on the neighboring community is actually largely positive as far as property values as well as on crime. So we see that generally those projects will actually lower crime and actually have a neutral to positive impact on property values. But yes, going back to where the sites are, it's largely driven by, availability of land, the costs of the land, as well as those scoring criteria that are set forth by the low-income housing tax credit application, as well as the city's gap financing.
Yeah, and if I could just add to that, my sense of the criteria, it's really a federal and state policy. So I'd like to just put that out to, our council for consideration of our legislative agenda to put, something out there, to our partners at the state and federal side that we want to have more opportunities for distribution of affordable housing across the city. And right now that criteria really does limit us. So I'm going to put that out there now. And I also want to just mention our own policies at the local level that can impact this. We did have affordable housing that was planned in the warehouse district, for example, above the bus stop. There was a change made so that now it's a contribution to our affordable housing that could happen elsewhere, but that means we lost an opportunity for it to be in a different neighborhood. And so that was the reason I voted against that particular, change. And so when we make our own policies, I think we also have to be really thinking, where is this going to happen? Where are we going to have the opportunity in the future? Is it only going to be in one part of town or many parts of town? I think my final comment is really to transportation. So thank you, Emila. And I do want to mention that the road network infrastructure in Carolina Pines, which is where this rezoning is not very well suited to high density. So there's no curb and gutter or sidewalks on Fairway Drive. We have a gravel dirt road, Bruce Circle, that is going to be needed likely for ingress and egress to the development. And then Parr Drive, there's no access. It's a private road. We don't know if there's going to be Tryon access development through DOT. So there are just a number of topics that have been brought up from neighbors that I think are legitimate. The Hook property, to Councilmember Fort's suggestion, has been of concern, but that is for townhomes. So again, just to differentiate, it's would likely be for sale townhomes. I am going to organize a District D Town Hall meeting in this part of town to discuss affordable housing and public safety beyond this rezoning case. And I'm hoping to do that in late October. So just putting that out there to residents who are paying attention and want to talk about these issues. I hope you'll come out. And those are really all my comments for the moment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Emily, did you go very far? Sorry. Less about the case, more about policy. I'll ask the questions while you're walking down, and then you'll be ready to answer them when you get here. So related to the location policies, I'm curious, how quickly HUD updates those qualified census tracts, because I think sometimes we move quicker, and so amenities like particularly transit are added perhaps more quickly than the updates can match. And then just, I guess you said we'll speak to it at the retreat, but would definitely sort of put a star on looking at how our policies might, I know sometimes we use our policies to be a booster to get affordable housing where we want it around the amenities that we're, sort of plug a gap that we see in the federal and state policies. So how could we use our own policies to add boosters to get greater distribution across the city? So it's kind of
yeah, this is a great question. So, and I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot to bring up in response to Councilmember Harrison that the city also has an affordable housing location policy that serves, the intent is to not cluster or segregate affordable housing. And so that is also a piece of the equation when we are looking at how to allocate our gap financing. And that certainly is something that we can also, the council can look at and determine whether or not changes need to be made there. I am not sure how often those qualified census tracts are updated, but we can find that information out for you.
Do you want to speak?
I was just going to make a comment, but I can wait.
Okay, well, I had just a comment and a question. I know Mayor Pro Tem Fort has spent a lot of time on this, as has Councilor Harrison, and I wanted to ask Toby Coleman, before we kind of leave this open and go back out and see, it's my sense from the Raleigh Golf Association, they reduced the number of units from 175 to 125, so they clearly made some changes.
Yes.
And you've been diplomatic in your answers, but I just kind of wanted to be more clear. They essentially do not want to make this change. I don't want to keep it open for 2 weeks if the answer is already sort of no, and
Go back to the purple map.
yeah, so.
Go back to the map that shows the purple,
Oh, okay, sure.
Not his map.
I think it's a different,
not
I think
his
it's
map.
a different one. Yeah, so I think somebody's going to, all right, there we go. I needed some help.
Maybe it was his
Yeah.
map then.
I
Sorry.
needed to phone a friend. So yeah, your question was, is RG, is the extra time going to make a difference?
Is it going to make a difference? I think a lot of folks on this council do believe strongly in affordable housing and being able to get for sale townhomes as well as apartments without using city funds. And I think also believing in Emily's comments that a lot of this investment really could enhance this area. I know that is, I've gotten a lot of emails on this, which I have read. So weighing all of that, though, I think, you might have support moving ahead. I just want to understand, is there some possible, change, or is essentially you've already made the changes you're going to make?
Again, I'm trying to be careful here because I'm not authorized fully to speak for them. And it's unfortunate that just the way the timing worked, because I frankly told Rob Griffin that, Rob, if they ask this question, I want you up here. So my apologies. But I'm literally looking at his text messages to see if he has anything, but I think he's in his meeting now. The answer is, as I understand it, is they are willing to consider it. And I think, if the message is, I think the problem is that, frankly, they would like to get it rezoned now. Their position is that, their position is it will not be a permanent buffer, but I just got an email from them. Yeah, they're willing to drop the hook. So they are willing to drop the hook. So it just says, the text message says drop the hook. So I'm interpreting that as they're willing to do so. They do want me to note that it is not going to be a permanent buffer. It is not going to be some open space forever.
Yeah.
That basically, one of their big concerns here is that they see this as, they are moving their golf course south of Tryon, and so they are going to sell this, and somebody's going to come in and want to develop it. I'm saying that just because that is what I've been asked to say, and so I'm in an odd position. I don't usually make comments to council from text messages.
I like the cryptic message, drop the hook.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem.
But the one thing I will say as it relates to this rezoning case, it may give the neighbors some comfort. And then, because a part of it is, it's like doing a blind rezoning. We're rezoning property that they're not going to develop. We have no idea what they're going to put there. So if we pull it out and then it comes before us for another rezoning, at least we'll have some idea of what's going to be placed there. So again, my recommendation is to hold it and allow time to pull it out.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I was going to mention that before. I'm prepared to support this case. I greatly appreciate the contribution of affordable housing to the city, particularly when it doesn't require any public money. And so I know that Dominion is nationally a developer in this space with a very good reputation. And quite frankly, these are 60% AMI units, and that's not, I mean, that's a lot of young professionals and first responders. I mean, the level of affordability there is really for folks trying to get into sustainable housing when, the new people coming up into the city, and it's a price point that I think there's like a deficit sometimes, and so I think it's really important. But I do agree it would be helpful to hold and pull the hook out. I share Mayor Pro Tem Fort's concerns. I think if there is a future sale for this hook and a future developer that has finite plans, that we would be willing to consider the rezoning at that time and provide more certainty. But all that to say that I support the affordable housing, and I think we need it, and so ready to vote to approve in 2 weeks.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, if not, we will keep the hearing open, anticipating further changes, and take a vote in 2 weeks. We have to pick a time.
Do you want to hear it at the afternoon or the evening meeting? Afternoon.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think.
To reopen. Is the language, I have a motion to reconsider rezoning KZ 7022.
Second.
Okay. So.
So now we have to vote on this.
So you have two motions. The first would be to reconsider, and then the second would be to change the vote or
gotcha.
whatever.
We're now back to that. Okay.
Whoever, I believe it was Councilmember Jones, I just wanted to say I'm going to change my vote. Whoa, sorry.
We have to do the motion. To
Okay, you got a motion.
have to call
Did we
the
have a
Motion, there was
second?
We now have to call.
Okay, we have to vote on it. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, so we are now reconsidering. Counselor Silver, you have the mic.
All right, I do know Councilmember Jones made the motion. I just want to clarify. Yes, I had some concerns about the pressure implications to stormwater staff. I did reach out to the attorney for the applicant. I heard very clearly from the member of the HOA. She did clarify in a message to us that there is a sort of a sunset when activity ceases, but then would pick up again, and therefore I wanted to change my vote to yes, the affirmative.
Okay, so now we have the vote again. Is that correct?
Councilman Silver, can you read the motion?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the motion. Hang on one second.
No, let him read it.
Oh, okay, sorry.
All right. Well, okay, let's see. I'd have to go to this. 1 second. Okay, I make a motion to approve zoning case Z7022 with conditions as revised.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, aye.
Do we have to read the way it was stated, do the whole consistency
Okay,
statement?
let me go through the actual I was going to get to.
Okay.
1 second.
Okay.
Let me do this. Current item.
Where it is.
Give me 1 second. Details. This is testing our eScribe. Consistency. Write that one. That's it. Okay. Nope, that's motion 2. Give me 1 second.
Why not allow the original maker of the motion?
I have it now.
Okay.
Right here. Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency. Well, why can't we have Councilmember Jones? You can reread it.
Because I can't pull it.
Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 16, 2025, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption of the effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
All right, all in favor of that motion, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. And that is unanimous. Thank you. All right, next we have committee reports. And we do not have anything for economic development. Oh, wait, we do actually have an item pending, right?
Yeah, we have one item pending. We will meet next week, so Tuesday, September 23rd at 1:30 p.m. in the City Council chambers, and we are talking about the economic development improvements to Fayetteville Street.
Can you distribute that to everyone on council? I think many of us are not, or some folks may not be on the committee, but may want to attend, so just to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, we've had council members attend before, and we could make sure maybe if Michelle Millet's here that it's on everyone's calendars. It's 1:30 on Tuesday. I see Wes out there shaking his head. We'll make sure it gets on everyone's calendars.
Thank you. Okay, and then growth and natural resources.
No report, no items pending.
Okay, and safe, vibrant, healthy community.
We have 2 pending items. We will meet September 23rd. I need to verify time. I have 11:30, but I'm not sure if that's enough time. It may be 11 o'clock, but it will be on the 23rd.
Okay.
I think the planning commission is trying to be out so that you can be ready for 11:30.
Okay, so we'll have to go quickly so they can be here at 1.
Okay. Well, they're at 1:30, so that gives 2 hours. Okay, and then transportation and transit.
We'll meet on Thursday, the 25th, from 3 to 5 in council chambers. We have one item pending, which is the topic of pavement markings.
Great. Okay, next we have the report of the mayor and city council, and I will start with Councilor Harrison.
No report.
Quick items. Want to thank United Arts Council for their breakfast celebrating the arts this morning. Councilor Jones was there. Chancellor Howell was there giving an award. And I do have to give a shout out to the new chair of the United Arts Council of Wake County, my wife, Shonda Branch. I also want to thank Wake Tech. Groundbreaking today for their new simulation training hospital at the Wake Med Center, Wake Tech Wake Med Center off of Sunnybrook and New Bern Avenue. Our mayor spoke, Mayor Pro Temp was there, as well as Councilor Jones. Thank you for their great work. This Saturday, our mayor will be present at the Baptist Grove Church celebration,
150
celebrating
years.
150 years, in which I am also a member of the church. Unfortunately, I have a personal conflict, so I can't be there. But I did talk to my pastor, and I got it excused, so I'm good. And lastly, September 29th, District C meeting at Worthdale Community Center at 6:30 p.m. That is a Monday. That is all I have.
Thank you. I have a few things. District E's next community meeting will be on October 8th at La Cucina Italian Restaurant from 6 to 8 p.m. Our Decoding Democracy Book Club will meet in October, but I don't have a specific date on me yet. Please refer to email communication for a date and time, usually 9:30 to 11:30. I want to give a huge shout out to Solid Waste Services staff. I reached out with a question about 2 trash cans that were on Fairview Road. Staff has added those 2 cans to the route and they replaced the old receptacles with new ones. So 5 Points is very excited. Thank you so much, Solid Waste Services. I did have a question really quickly of when, we briefly talked about it, Mayor, when is our next Boards and Commissions Task Force meeting? I really appreciated hearing from many members last week, and the message I received was that no one really wants to be merged, and I feel like we want to have that conversation. So I don't know if we need to set a date now, whenever we do, but I just want to make sure that we get that clarified when we're going to talk about it next. So just want to pin that. And
Well, let me just ask a question. Do you want to have one more of the task force meeting?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we need to digest what they said before we can give any recommendations to council. That's what I think. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't need to be decided now, but I just think that we need to have that date. And then lastly, I had the honor of joining the Mexican consulate last night to celebrate Mexican Independence Day. Thank you to the council and community for including me in such a beautiful ceremony on the consulate grounds. I'm going to try this. Feliz Dia de Independencia, I think. This week also marks the beginning of Hispanic Heritage Month. At a time when many in our Hispanic and Latin communities are feeling threatened or isolated, it's more important now than ever that we come together. Their culture, contributions, and traditions are not just part of our city, they are woven into the very fabric of America. So thank you so much. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Okay, no report from me.
Just a couple of items from a couple of CAC meetings. I attended the North CAC in Abbots Creek Community Center. What a stunning, beautiful location and community center. So just want to commend both Parks Department and the city for what is a beautiful facility, and had a great conversation. I was invited guest in Councilmember Patton's district. Also attended a Midtown CAC, and Mr. Courts already expressed his concern I was going to share with the council about some more opportunity for boards and commissions, but I believe he made his case. The next District A committee meeting is going to be October 29th from 6 to 7. We're down to 2 locations. I'll announce that at the next meeting, so there's ample time. And then I participated in a SOLA 5K raising money for ALS, which is located really in the heart of District A. And what an amazing community event where they closed off local streets, such great energy. The woman who actually founded SOLA passed away of ALS, and so it was a great event where they raised over $150,000. But it was great just to be in the center of my district, doing what I love, running and meeting so many community members. That's it for my report.
Just one for me. Normally, I use this time to talk about good things that we did through the consent agenda, but this time I want to lift up something that was shared with us through the manager's report, which is also a great source of updates and good news for the community. People who've listened to me yammer on for a while will know that it's been like a burr in my saddle that we have the bendy buses in the yard, and we couldn't.
Here's your own. Just
I got
celebrate.
Yes, bendy bus for the win. But thanks to creative problem solving on the part of our transportation and transit staff, we have figured out how to get those bendy buses on the road without running afoul of our federal grant requirements. And they're going to be on the Route 1 starting in October. And the Route 1 is moving to 10-minute frequency, which is awesome. And I know that as sort of a note of follow-up, I know that when we increase frequency and reliability, we also increase ridership, that those two things flow together. And so I would love if there's any data that can help facilitate how that's worked for us on both the Route 1 or other lines in the past. So thank you all. Congrats on your problem solving, and I'm really excited about that.
I have no report.
Real quick, something that's coming up that I'm kind of excited about. There's going to be a job fair for the city of Raleigh on September the 25th. They're hiring field operations, skilled trades, and technical services for candidates at all experience levels. And I know a lot of folks are looking for work right now. So if you go to the City of Raleigh, either Facebook page or the website that's on there. And to Councilmember Branch, the Eagles will handle your personal conflict on Saturday.
I know now what you speak of.
There you go.
I know what's up. Yeah, they pulled it on our desk.
I know now what you speak of.
Okay. Next, we have appointments.
Yes, happy to say good afternoon instead of good evening. We're kind of close. But first, Arts Commission, 1 regular vacancy, no nominees, so that will be carried over. Fair Housing Hearing Board, 1 regular vacancy. Damian Gu received 4, Diana Youssef 4, so that will be carried over. Raleigh Sister Cities, 1 regular vacancy. Sebastian Duca received 8 votes, so would be appointed. Next, only new announcement under nominations is Police Advisory Board. Resignation has been received from Deontay Thomas, who filled the attorney designated slot on the Police Advisory Board. The 2 alternates, which the council may typically consider elevating, are not eligible to fill that slot. So that will be coming back on your next ballot. So you need an attorney. Yep, and those are the slots that council had designated specifically. Yep. And that's all new.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Okay, and then report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Mayor and Council, you received 3 sets of minutes from your September 2nd regular meeting and September 9th work session and public comment session for consideration of approval.
Move for approval.
All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed. Okay, so that is unanimous. And then I have a motion in order to enter into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve attorney-client privilege, and General Statute 143-318-11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of employment, of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of individual public officers or employees. So moved. All in favor of the motion, aye. Aye. All opposed, nay, and the ayes have it. We will go into closed session, and I will
Qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, or conditions of appointment of an individual public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee. There being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.